With regard to economic recovery, the World Bank deserves much credit for coming to grips with the macroeconomic dimensions of poverty. Its poverty reduction strategy program bears testimony to a sustained effort in the direction of pulling the country out of the poverty trap. Nonetheless, the microeconomic, grassroots dimensions of rural poverty, especially in provinces most directly affected by civil conflict, are generally neglected. This is where a major effort is required from donors. Consider the following description of the conditions prevailing in the rural sectors. The majority of the people have only tiny amounts of cash moving through their hands each year. Coffee payments have dropped significantly, and although there is an improved security situation, market access is still a problem. Transport is almost non-existent on the roads, except for beer and coke trucks, and most people do not even have access to a basket or barrow to use to carry produce as they walk to the market. Activities that could possibly change this are ones that are unappealingly time-consuming and labor-intensive for donors. As for bigger businesses, these are more likely to benefit from donors' preferences to support economies of scale and export revenue generation. As an economic development strategy, it reinforces the divide between haves and have-nots. 66 How to meet the needs of the rural poor in a country devastated by civil war, not to mention the recent torrential rains that have destroyed homes and crops and the spread of bacterial diseases attacking banana and cassava, Burundi's main staple, and where infrastructures are thoroughly inadequate, is indeed a daunting challenge. CSOs should figure prominently on donors' agendas. As Western analysts never tire of reminding us, a healthy and vibrant civil society is an essential ingredient of democracy. Not all such organizations, however, are equally in sync with the ethos of democracy. Burundi is no exception. Furthermore, there is always the risk that by strengthening CSOs, donors unwittingly end up creating the conditions of a backlash against the recipients. This seems to be particularly relevant in the case of Burundi, where criticisms of government policies by the media are often seen as evidence of disloyalty to the state. Thus, although donors should make every effort to strengthen the civil society, they should exercise caution in their choice of partners, and remain fully aware of the possible costs. In the context of present-day Burundi, where state institutions are fragile and where the newly elected leaders are desperately trying to adjust to a civilian form of government and are confronted almost daily with new and formidable challenges, it is the responsibility of donors to take the full measure of the obstacles ahead. Part 3. The Democratic Republic of the Congo, From Failed State to Fragile Transition. Chapter 12. A Bloc Transition, Zaire in 1993. Zaire is the only country in the world to claim 2 prime ministers, 2 governments, 2 parliaments, 2 constitutions, and 2 transitional constitutional acts. The phenomenon euphemistically referred to in Zaire as one dédoublement bears testimony to the total impasse currently facing the country. At the root of the continuing deadlock lies a fundamental disagreement over the pace and manner of the transition. Against the claims of the opposition, a loosely knit coalition of parties known as the Union Sacrée, US, that it has full authority to define the rules of the transition, Mobutu and his allies, the so-called Mouvance Présidentielle, MP, insist that the only source of legitimacy lies in the 1990 revised constitution of the Second Republic, tailored to his autocratic stature. This means to say that he alone has the right to determine the basic outlines of a transitional framework and to set the timetable for presidential and legislative elections. On each count, the disaccords between the US and the MP are virtually unbridgeable. Yoked together in a mire of contradictions and disagreements, they can neither live with each other nor without each other. For if there can be no question that the Conférence Nationale Souveraine, CNS, and now its successor institution, the Haut Conseil de la République, HCR, embodies an alternative source of legitimacy to that of the Mobutist state, once all is said and done, power, that is, access to guns and money, lies with the presidency. The state in Zaire has virtually ceased to perform its intended functions, but the HCR is utterly impotent to act as a surrogate. While the security forces are a permanent threat to the civilian population, private militias are emerging in parts of North Kivu, protection rackets proliferate in Lubumbashi and Kinshasa, and mutinies are reported in Kolbza. Meanwhile, the extreme fluidity of political alignments and ceaseless combinations among members of the political class make it impossible to predict what the next round might be like. Toward a global political compromise. The critical issue now facing the political class is whether the July 1992 compromise, the so-called Compromis Politique Global, CPG, hammered out between the MP and the US can provide the basis for a democratic transition. What many at the time saw as a major breakthrough came about after a protracted trial of strength between Prime Minister Ngugi Bond, Mobutu's candidate, and the CNS. Tensions came to a head on February 16, 1992, when, in response to Ngugi's decision to suspend the CNS, thousands went on a protest march in the streets of Kinshasa only to be savagely repressed by units of the civil guard. Not until July was a global compromise finally reached that, among other things, a. recognized the right of the CNS to elect a prime minister, b. acknowledged the prerogatives of the president as the head of state and supreme commander of the armed forces during the transition, c. called for a neutral transitional government free of partisan militancy and exclusivism, and d. suggested a pre-electoral time frame of 18 to 24 months. An important stipulation of the compromise promptly violated by Mobutu was that the present National Assembly will not stand as a transitional institution, because no institution can impose its will on the people or on any other institution, a provision that contained within itself the seeds of endless conflict. As if to give them greater legitimacy, the terms of the compromise were subsequently enshrined in a basic constitutional document officially known as Acte portant dispositions constitutionnelles relatives à la période de transition, in short, Acte de la Transition, hereafter referred to as the Transitional Constitutional Act. Adopted by an overwhelming majority of the CNS on August 4, this document incorporates and elaborates upon the key provisions of the global compromise, with the added provision that the country would again be known as the Congo. As subsequent events showed, the election by the CNS of the U.S. leader Etienne Tshisekedi as the Prime Minister, on August 15, marked the limits of Mobutu's tolerance in recognizing the terms of the Global Compromise and the Transitional Constitutional Act. President versus Prime Minister. Arguing that the CNS had violated the terms of the compromise by changing the name of the country, that Tshisekedi had failed to put together a government of national union of neutral complexion, as had been agreed upon by the parties to the compromise, and that he went far beyond his prerogatives as prime minister in sacking the governor of the central bank, Nyembo Shabani. On October 1, Mobutu proceeded to use every means at his disposal, including force, to reassert his control. On October 1, armored units of the Forces Armées Zaïroises, FAZ, were ordered to the central bank to reinstate Governor Shabani. A few days later the National Assembly met at the Palais de la Nation at the request of Mobutu, a move clearly intended to challenge the legitimacy of the CNS, and on October 27, a carefully selected group of CNS members, mostly identified with the MP, met with Mobutu and publicly came out in support of a neutral and more broadly representative transitional government. On December 1, a presidential ordinance dismissed Tshisekedi from office and appointed him as formateur in hopes that he would heed the presidential warnings and reshuffle his cabinet. Tshisekedi remained obdurate, resisting pressure from the newly elected HCR that, after the dissolution of the CNS in December, emerged as a kind of surrogate parliament. Tshisekedi decided to maintain his cabinet, with 7 ministries out of a total of 22, including Interior, Justice, and National Defense, under the control of his own party, the Union Démocratique Populaire et Sociale, UDPS. Mobutu responded with a presidential ordinance vesting full authority with senior civil servants, secretaires généraux, to run the day-to-day tasks of the administration. To induce compliance with Mobutu's directives, each received an additional month's salary as a bonus. The crunch came in January 1993, after Mobutu decided to issue a new 5 million Zaire banknote in an attempt to reduce the printing costs of his sharply devalued currency. The move was immediately declared illegal by Tshisekedi. his call was largely heeded by traders and shopkeepers. Upon discovering that they would not accept the new banknote, scores of infuriated soldiers went on a looting spree, spreading violence, arson, and chaos through the capital city and other localities. This was not the first time that disgruntled soldiers had gone on rampage, but there was no precedent for the scale of the devastation. An estimated 1,000 human lives were lost at the hands of the Division Speciale Presidentiale, DSP, hundreds of millions of dollars worth of property went up in flames, and not a few of the looting operations conducted by FAS commandos were specifically targeted against enemies of the regime, including Union de Democrats Independents, UDI, turncoats. Mobutu seizes the initiative. In the atmosphere of fear and consternation that enveloped Kinshasa, Mobutu moved swiftly to exploit the situation to his advantage, first by blaming Tshisekedi for the rioting, then by appointing General Iluki, known for his total loyalty to Mobutu, as his chief of staff, replacing General Mahili, suspected of being too liberal, and finally by making it unambiguously clear that Tshisekedi was no longer qualified to serve as prime minister. By then there was a growing sentiment among some members of the US that Tshisekedi had outlived his usefulness. Capitalizing on this sense of frustration and disaffection, Mobutu quickly proceeded to restore his power base through an appropriate mixture of intimidation and reward. In a move clearly intended to intimidate the HCR and cast discredit upon it, on February 24, 1993, units of the Civil Guard were instructed to surround the Palais du Peuple and make sure that none of the councilors attending the session would be allowed to leave the building. Not until 3 days later would they be allowed to go home. As if to add to the debilities of the HCR, and in clear violation of the terms of the Global Compromise and the Transitional Constitutional Act, on March 9 Mobutu resurrected the National Assembly, elected in 1987, with the firm intention of using it as a counterweight to the HCR. Having dissipated all doubts as to where power lay, Mobutu now turned to the task of splitting the opposition by dangling the prospects of a nomination to the post of prime minister before a pool of receptive candidates. This was the main purpose of the conclave summoned by Mobutu, March 9 to 18. Among the key members of the U.S. attending the conclave were Albert Ndili, Thomas Kanza, Cleophas Komitatu, and Faustin Birindwe. By appointing Birindwe as prime minister, Mobutu exposed the venality of at least some members of the opposition while at the same time driving a deep wedge between hardliners and moderates. All 4 ministrables were immediately expelled from the U.S. With a new parliament and a new prime minister, Mobutu could finally turn to the last and most important step, the construction of a new constitutional formula for the transition. Approved by an overwhelming majority of the National Assembly on March 26, the so-called Acte Constitutionnel Harmonious provides for a constitutional formula radically different from the one embodied in the constitutional document of August 1992 adopted by the HCR. The President remains the central figure during the transition, with the Prime Minister, the National Assembly, the HCR, and the courts and tribunals all reduced to an ill-defined limbo. The central obstacle in the way of a democratic transition lies in the historical legacy of the Mobutist state. Although presidential and legislative elections were held in 1970, 1975, 1977, 1982, and 1987, at no time did they threaten Mobutu's autocracy, even when several candidates were allowed to compete under the banner of the Mouvement Populaire de la Révolution, MPR, as happened in 1977, 1982, and 1987. Electoral processes were little more than plebiscitary rituals. For the overwhelming majority of the Zairians, the concept of democracy has no meaningful resonance. Prolonged obeisance to the politics of patronage has ensured the emergence of a political class utterly lacking in vision and maturity, primarily concerned with jockeying for power, ever ready to switch sides as long as the price is right, and with few notable exceptions, blissfully indifferent to the fate of the rural masses. More specific handicaps include, a. Sharp disagreements among political parties about the timetable and manner of the transition, b. An extremely weak and fragmented civil society, with few cross-ethnic ties, and c. a security situation characterized by countless human rights abuses, in some areas, Shaba and North Kivu, reaching the proportions of a near genocide. Electoral formats and political discords. As noted earlier, disagreements among political parties center on a. the time frame for electoral processes, b. whether these should start at the local level first, then the legislative and presidential levels, or the other way around, c. the distribution of power in the new constitutional dispensation. Reaching agreement on these issues is made all the more complicated by the sheer number of contestants and the fluidity of political alignments. Switching sides, referred to in local parlance as vagabondage politiques, is a common practice among Zairian politicians. Coalition partners may share a common stand on one issue and not on others, and party leaders in the capital city may approach legal and constitutional issues from one perspective and regional and local leaders from another. All of which also raises serious questions about the durability of a consensus, should one emerge. The number of registered parties increased from 3 in April 1990, following Mobutu's speech of April 24, when he first recognized the legitimacy of a multi-party system, to 255 when the CNS met for the first time, to over 500 at the time of this writing. These are for the most part regrouped into a smaller number of platforms, each gravitating around the US and the MP. Included in the former recently renamed Union Sacrée de l'Opposition Radicale, USOR, are the following constituent groups, each consisting of a constellation of satellite parties: Front Uni de l'Opposition, FUO, Collectif Progressiste, CP, Alliance de Forces Indépendants pour le Changement Intégral, Offici, Cartel d'Étain, and Independence. The MP, on the other hand, includes Cartel de Forti, Consensus, Alliance de Démocrates pour des Élections Libres, ADELI, and Union de Forces Nationalistes et Lumumbistes, UFNAL. The ADELI is made up of three separate parties: the MPR, which served as the pivot of the Mobutist state for a quarter of a century, Carl-Ibon's Union Fédérale de Républicains Indépendants, UFRI, with its political base in Shaba, and the Bula-Manjago wing of the Front Commun de Nationalistes, FCN. As of September 1993, the other wing, headed by Gérard Komenda, was said to have joined the USOR. The key players in the spectrum of political parties are the UDPS, the Parti démocratique social chrétien, PDSC, and the Union Fédérale de Républicains Indépendants, UFRI. The first two are key partners in the USOR, and the third is one of the pillars of the MP, along with the MPR. Its staunchly federalist stance did not prevent the UFRI from entering into an alliance of convenience with the normally unitarist Mobutist forces, a situation that helps explain why the unitary versus federal issue appears to be the least contentious. On other issues, however, the prospects of a compromise between the USOR and the MP are not nearly as promising. The position of the Mouvance Presidentielle on the timing of the elections is clear: the sooner the better. This means a constitutional referendum in October, presidential elections in December, and local and parliamentary elections sometime in the spring of 1994. The USOR, on the other hand, insists on a longer time frame, so as to ensure that Mobutu will not interfere in the electoral process and to give the opposition parties enough time to organize their campaigns. Broadly speaking, the USOR position is set forth in the Transitional Constitutional Act. A period of 18 to 24 months should precede the elections, and these should start at the local level first and proceed from the ground up. Unlike the MP, which argues that there is no need for a census or an electoral register, both are generally seen by the USOR as an important condition for free and fair elections, along with international monitors. Tshisekedi, UPDS, and André Boboliko, PDSC, among others interviewed, made it clear to me that they viewed a census as the first step towards putting together an electoral register. The last census was taken in 1984 and is said to be less than reliable. The Zairian human rights activists that I interviewed unanimously endorsed the USOR position on a pre-electoral time frame of 18 to 24 months, though some would prefer an even longer period of time, ranging from 3 to 4 years. Most would agree that immediate priority should be given to setting up an electoral register and that close ties should be established with NGOs for monitoring purposes. More substantial are the differences between the MP and the USOR on constitutional issues. Where the MP insists on a strong executive and a weak parliament, the USOR argues precisely the reverse. Specifically, a weak executive for the USOR means, a figurehead president and a prime minister accountable to the National Assembly, b. a délébutoire clause, meaning that after 15 days of its passage by the National Assembly, a bill becomes law regardless of whether or not it is promulgated by the president, c. a federal system of government allowing substantial autonomy to the regions, and d. rejection of a presidential reserved domain that would enable the president to control such key portfolios as foreign affairs, interior, and defense. On each count, the position of the MP is diametrically opposed to that of the USOR, except for a compromise of sorts over the unitary versus federal issue. Furthermore, unlike the MP, which insists on recognizing the 1967 Parliament as a key organ of the transition, the USOR takes the view that only the HCR can claim the role of a surrogate parliament before elections. In the words of the Compromis Politique Global, the HCR has the power to pass laws in order to meet the needs of the transition. Table 2. Parties' stands on key issues. The principal constitutional divergences between the USOR and the MP are summed up in Table 2. A protracted deadlock on these issues may not prevent Mobutu from going ahead with the presidential poll in December, but if so it will provide the opposition with further ammunition to boycott the elections. Even if agreement is reached before the elections, the sheer number of parties, along with their overwhelmingly ethno-regional underpinnings, is reason enough to expect considerable ethnic violence during the campaign and question the likelihood of a viable consensus in the post-electoral phase of institutional consolidation. The missing middle, a weak and fragmented civil society. Democracy requires a great deal more than parties and elections. It requires participatory structures through which social demands can be formulated and acted upon. Such demands, the raw materials out of which parties normally build their platforms, are nowhere more weakly articulated than in Zaire. Set against a quarter of a century of patrimonial rule, the organizational weakness of Zairean society must be seen as the logical consequence of the Mobutist state. Patrimonial rule sets sharp limits on the organization of independent power centers. State-society relations are mediated through personalized linkages, of a patron-client variety, and social demands are funneled upwards from clients to patrons, rather than through cross-ethnic associations capable of mobilizing widespread support from their constituents. In such circumstances, the organization of social life has little to do with professional associations, trade unions, or cooperatives. The civil society is largely reducible to a congeries of kin groups and ethnic associations. The situation I observed in Goma, North Kivu, is not atypical, whereas the local branch of the Union Nationale de Travailleurs Zaïrois, UNS, seemed in a state of suspended animation, with a skeletal membership and average monthly dues amounting to the equivalent of $50, ethnic associations, or mutualites, on the other hand, were flourishing. Here is a sample of the most active. Association Culturelle Bahand. Bushange, Mutuelle de Bahand. Kayahanda, Mutuelle Nanda. Bunakima, Mutuelle de Banyanga. Mago, Mutuelle de Originaires de Goma. Banyamunigi, Association de Hunda de Goma. Umoja, Mutuelle by Rwanda. Magrivi, Mutuelle de Agriculteurs et Éleveurs de Virunga. Asked why parties and trade unions had such shallow roots in Goma and its vicinity, the answer I received from local notables was everywhere the same: political parties mean nothing to us. The same goes for the UNS. We'd rather be with people of our own kind. At least we know they can provide us with help and protection when we need it. Reports from other regions point to much the same sense of frustration over the inability of parties to respond to local concerns. Although interviews with local party officials convey an image of strong public support for their respective organizations, the weight of the evidence suggests otherwise. In the absence of strong party organizations, ethnic associations will become the most serviceable frameworks for setting up vote banks. Thus, to the extent that much of the social space has been preempted by ethnic associations, which seems to be the case almost everywhere, it is easy to see why electoral processes might intensify inter-ethnic competition and lead to further violence. Except for the UDPS, the UFRI, and the PDSC, all of which have substantial roots in the countryside, the first primarily in Kasai Oriental, the second in Shaba, and the third in Bas Zahir, few parties are likely to emerge as a dominant force at the regional or national level. Furthermore, since all three tend to be identified with specific ethno-regional aggregates, the PDSC with the Congo, the UFRI with the Luba/Shaba, and the UDPS with Luba/Kasai, there is every reason to expect electoral competition to translate into ethnic confrontations, with Shaba emerging as the most likely candidate for another round of ethnic unrest. Not only does this situation pose major threats to the electoral process and possibly induce Mobutu to have recourse to force to bring it to an end, but it also casts grave doubts about the next phase. In the absence of strong civic and professional associations to counterbalance the power of the government, a successful consolidation of democratic institutions seems most unlikely. Insecurity, the omnipresent threat. The dominant trend in the security situation has been from repressive actions directed against regime opponents to something approximating organized anarchy. Specifically, there are strong indications that Mobutu is no longer able to exercise effective control over the FAS, as shown by their propensity to engage in recurrent looting sprees. Furthermore, there has been a major increase in the scale of human rights abuses committed by non-state agents, most notably in Shaba and North Kivu. Even if such were his intentions, Mobutu is in no position to guarantee minimum security conditions during the elections. To the extent that he still has a measure of control over certain units, as well as over the DSP, the intimidation and harassment of opposition candidates is not to be excluded. Estimates of the size of the Zairian armed forces vary between 120,000 and 175,000. The core units are the DSP and the Garde Civile, GC. Officially described as consisting of Unites de la Force de Recharges d'assurer la sécurité du Président, the DSP is Mobutu's Prétorian Guard. Headed by his brother-in-law, General Nzimbi, and much more generously treated than other units in terms of salaries and privileges, its 12,000 troops are essentially recruited among Mobutu's own ethnic group, the Ngbandai. Its loyalty to Mobutu seems assured. The same applies to the 14,000-strong GC, headed by General Baramoto, also of Ngbandai origins. His meteoric rise through the ranks, illustrated by his instant promotion from the rank of sergeant to that of 4-star general, owes much to his unquestioned loyalty to Mobutu. According to Baramoto, Bas Zahir, a predominantly Congo area, contributes the largest number of troops to the GC, next comes Haut-Zaire, and third Equateur, with an almost even proportion of Ngbandai, Ngwaka, and Ngam. Like the DSP, its pay scales are substantially above those of the regular FAS units. Its reputation as an instrument of political repression is well established. On a number of occasions, beginning with the attacks against students on the Lubumbashi University campus in May 1990, against UDPS members in Mbuji-Mayi in April 1991 and in Kinshasa in September 1991, and followed by countless other interventions of a similar kind, the GC has been called upon by Mobutu to intimidate, beat, or kill his political opponents. In dealing with the rise of anti-regime forces, Mobutu uses every means at his disposal, including force. After the killing of some 40 DPS supporters in Mbuji-Mayi by the security forces in April 1991 came the shooting of some 60 peaceful demonstrators on February 16, 1992, and the targeted killings locally known as actions ponctuelles of various opposition figures and the destruction of their property, all of which come under the rubric of what Messenger Monsengwo described to me as state terrorism. Another form of political violence is associated with non-state agents. A case in point is the ethnic cleansing undertaken by the Jeunesses wing of the Yufuri, the so-called Jufuri, against Kazayan elements in several localities of southern Shaba, like Asai, Funguruum, Lwina, Kanzens, Musokantanda, and Kulvzi. Under the leadership of a certain Jinachwayaka, the Yufuri youth groups have morphed into gangs of terrorists high on drugs and alcohol. Although there can be little doubt that responsibility for the anti-Kazayan pogroms came from above, when interviewed by this writer, Governor Kyung, Shaba, insisted that the Jeunesses evolved into a totally uncontrolled, self-recruiting group, les membres se recrutent yux memes. Responding to Kyung's call, devout Katanga. Up on your feet Katanga, they sprang into action shortly after Tshisekedi was appointed for the second time to the post of Prime Minister in August 1992. Since then, an estimated 150,000 Kasaiyans have been forced out of Shaba, leaving much of their property, houses, cars, bicycles, cattle, and land in the hands of the Jeunesses. North Kivu is another case in point. In March 1993, an estimated 3,000 Banyarwanda were massacred at the hands of Bahand, Banyanga, and Bananda elements in Walikale and Macy's. Despite evidence of involvement on the part of the regional authorities, the killings were the work of rural elements, many of them landless, infuriated by the provocations of Kinyarwanda-speaking activists, many affiliated with the Magrivi. Tensions between Banyarwanda migrants, Hutu and Tutsi, and natives had been building up for years. That many of the large landowners in Masisi happened to be Banyarwanda of Tutsi origins contributed in no small way to focus popular resentment against all Banyarwanda. Like the Kasaiyans in Shaba, the majority of the Banyarwanda, numbering approximately 500,000, were born in North Kivu. Although the sudden influx of thousands of Tutsi elements from Rwanda after the 1959-62 Hutu-led revolution put additional strains on land resources, the key issue revolves around the rights of Banyarwanda as a group. Following the decision of the CNS to withhold recognition of their rights as Zairian citizens, Magrivi activists proceeded to make clear their discontent by staging a civil disobedience campaign in Walikale, much of it targeted against local authorities. In the climate of intergroup tension that existed at the time, this was the signal for a violent retribution. Violence spread quickly from Masisi to Bwido, where Tutsi elements took advantage of the situation to kill hundreds of Hutu. Yet a few miles south, in Bwisha, Hutu and Tutsi joined hands to kill every Hunda in sight. In addition to the loss of thousands of human lives on both sides of the ethnic fault line, an estimated 120,000 homeless people have found refuge in mission stations. Just as a distinction must be made between state and non-state agents as vectors of human rights violations, it is important to distinguish between violence that is explicitly political in character and acts of arson and looting by troops, angered by long delays in the payment of their salaries, followed by the refusal of local traders to accept their freshly printed 5 million Zaire notes. In practice, however, the distinction is not nearly as clear. As reported recently by Amnesty International, the January 1993 looting involved more than just the destruction of property. The pillages were an opportunity to settle scores with personal or political enemies, and in the process a fair number of anti-Mobutist elements were eliminated. According to reliable sources, in Kinshasa alone 113 persons were killed in January 1993, including 27 identified as militaires, 156 were seriously wounded by bullets. One informant told this writer, however, that at least 1,000 FAS troops involved in looting were shot dead by the DSP. Meanwhile, millions of dollars worth of property were destroyed by FAS elements. Although the January 1993 and September 1991 pillages have received a fair amount of publicity, much less has been heard of other looting sprees in Lubumbashi on October 23, 1991, in Banzai and Gungu on January 28 and 29, 1992, in Goma in December 1992, in Mbandaka in September 1992, in Kisangani, Goma, and Rutshuru in January 1993, and in Lisala in August 1993. With the prospects of Mobutu running out of cash, further destruction and bloodshed seems likely. Zaire has reached the stage where the army is increasingly spinning out of control. Furthermore, the issue of ethnicity intrudes into the situation with equally ominous implications. The anti-Kasayan pogroms in Shaba have triggered serious mutinies among predominantly Kasayan Faz units in Kolbza, and the killing of an estimated 1,000 Faz looters by DSP troops in Kinshasa in January 1993 must have left in its wake a rich potential for further conflict within the military. Table 3. Distribution of ethno-regional identities among Faz generals. Source: La Tempête de Tropiques, number 109, August 21 to 24, 1993. 7. Table 3 shows the ethno-regional origins of Faz generals as of August 1993. Although half of the Faz generals come from Mobutu's region, Equateur, and one-third of these are of Mobutu's own ethnic group, Ngbandai, the more important point is that Ngbandai elements are overwhelmingly concentrated in the DSP and the GC. In both, recruitment into higher ranks can best be seen as a patronage operation designed to reinforce the loyalty of the officer corps to the supreme patron. Merit is of secondary importance to personal devotion to Mobutu. In such circumstances one can readily appreciate the difficulty of persuading Mobutu to reorganize his armed forces. All efforts to achieve a more equitable ethnic balance among the upper ranks and to professionalize the army will be strenuously resisted by Mobutu and his cronies. Nonetheless, to the extent that the situation threatens to get totally out of hand and result in the disintegration of what little is left of the security apparatus, both the Organization of African Unity, OAU, and the United Nations should be alerted to the extreme gravity of the situation and encouraged to bring maximum pressure on Mobutu to allow a reorganization of the Fez. The economy in shambles. The crisis which currently assails the economy holds equally somber implications for free and fair elections. As the economic pie shrinks, the competition for scarce resources becomes all the more intense, thus giving a fresh impetus to ethnic tensions, as happened in Shaba and North Kivu, and where eruptions of violence have led to a substantial flight of capital and expertise. The result has been to drive the economy even further into the ground. This is what happened in Shaba after hundreds of highly qualified Kasaïans technicians, teachers, nurses, doctors, and entrepreneurs were driven out of the region at gunpoint by Jufari gangs. This is also what happened in Kinshasa and Lubumbashi in the wake of the pillages, when scores of well-to-do Zairian and non-Zairian businessmen suddenly decided to pull up stakes and to take their savings to South Africa. The catastrophic effects of the looting on the economy go far beyond the flight of capital and expertise. Infrastructures, plants, and equipment have been destroyed, employment has declined, and the purchasing power of the urban masses has plummeted. Many had no alternative but to return to their villages. The rural sectors are in no better shape, however. The contribution of industrial crops tea, coffee, and cotton to the economy is but a fraction of what it used to be. Almost everywhere people are going back to a subsistence economy. Speaking of the almost forgotten countryside, one recent visitor to Basse Zaire noted, "People scratch out a living any way they can." On roadsides charcoal, manioc, tomatoes, and bananas are offered to the declining number of passers-by. Again, to quote from the same source, the modern economy is in full retreat, with a handful of businessmen hanging on as the economy plunges to less than half its former levels, and infrastructures crumble. Although the foregoing was inspired by a visit to Matadi where port facilities, we are told, operate at just 30 or 40% of their capacity, it applies equally well to just about every other part of the country. The industrial sectors are virtually paralyzed. From a total copper production of 130,000 tons in 1991, approximately one-fourth of its 1985 level, Gécamines is expected to produce less than 50,000 tons in 1993. Not only copper but every other mineral product, cadmium, zinc, silver, cobalt, registers a sharp decline in output. Diamonds remain the regime's best friend, but here again the output is declining. A large volume of diamond exports avoid official channels, however, which also could explain the registered drop in official exports. Given the heavy reliance of the Zairean economy on industrial exports for foreign exchange, it is easy to see why annual inflation runs into four figures. The Zaire's value against other foreign currency keeps tumbling day after day. It dropped from 4.5 million Zaires to the dollar at the beginning of my trip to 6 million 3 weeks later. A successful transition to democracy is the indispensable first step to deal effectively with the economic crisis, yet the profoundly destabilizing effects of the crisis on Zairean society pose a mortal threat to the transition. Not only do resource scarcities have a multiplier effect on ethnic tensions, they also generate a heightened awareness of the shocking social disparities between rich and poor, between those members of the political class whose foreign bank accounts allow them to engage in conspicuous consumption, and the urban poor who cannot meet even minimal food requirements. Given the fact that few parties have anything resembling a projet de société, let alone a coherent economic program, one can see why, for many Zairoi, the game of politics is seen as utterly irrelevant to their immediate concerns, and why their attitude is marked by a growing sense of alienation and disaffection towards politics and politicians. These are far from propitious omens for the holding of democratic elections. Chapter 13. Ethnic Violence, Public Policies, and Social Capital in North Kivu. Few works of political science have received a more universal acclaim than Robert Putnam's trailblazing inquest into the roots of democracy in contemporary Italy, appropriately titled Making Democracy Work, Civic Traditions in Modern Italy. Judging from the theme of this conference, the impact of his contribution is not limited to the American academic community. Although one may not agree with all of his ideas, their boldness is undeniable. More than an elegantly crafted case study of modern-day Italy, Making Democracy Work holds profoundly important implications for anyone trying to elucidate the conditions of successful democracy. Incongruous though it may seem to use Putnam's concept of social capital in the context of Kivu politics, where the prospects for civic-mindedness are even more remote than in the most tradition-bound areas of the Mezzogiorno, the exercise is not entirely without merit. Besides pointing to some vulnerabilities in Putnam's thesis, it provides a convenient point of entry into the roots of violence in eastern Congo. This is not meant to be an exhaustive discussion of either the Putnam thesis or Kivu politics. The aim, rather, is to offer an exemplification of how to think about the significance of social capital in the context of North Kivu, a notoriously violent and complex political arena. The Putnam thesis in a nutshell. Although the crux of Putnam's argument is Tocquevillian in inspiration, the empirical evidence bears testimony to his skill in combining quantitative data with meticulous tracking of historical specificities. His debt to de Tocqueville lies in his contention that democracy can only flourish in a soil nurtured by strong associational ties. Just as involvement in secondary associations generates social capital in turn makes for trust and cooperation. In brief, only where communities have inherited a substantial stock of social capital will their members develop the habits of trust, along with the norms and networks of civic engagement, that are the essential conditions of successful democracy. Putnam is not the first to have coined the expression social capital. As he himself admits, credit goes to Glenn Laurie for introducing the concept, and to James S. Coleman for further elaborating upon it. Point 1 Where Putnam breaks new ground is in his effort to trace the origins of social capital to specific historical conditions. In so doing, he offers new insights into the prospects for democracy in Third World politics. His verdict, as one might expect, is not exactly encouraging for the latter-day Stakhanovites of democracy employed by USAID and other well-intended agencies. The fate of the Mezzogiorno is an object lesson for the Third World today and the former communist lands of Eurasia tomorrow, moving uncertainly toward self-government. The always defect social equilibrium may represent the future of much of the world where social capital is limited or non-existent, without norms of reciprocity and networks of civic engagement. The Hobbesian outcome of the Mezzogiorno: immoral familism, clientelism, lawlessness, ineffective government, and economic stagnation seems likelier than successful democratization and economic development. Palermo may represent the future of Moscow. Point 2. The central lesson to be drawn from his analysis is that institutional reform is no substitute for social capital. Not that reform cannot change political practice, rather, the point is that changes in behavior do not occur overnight. Most institutional history moves slowly. Where institution building, and not mere constitution writing, is concerned, time is measured in decades. 3. How does all this relate to an understanding of the crisis in the Great Lakes? Or, better still, how does the crisis in North Kivu relate to an understanding of Putnam? Some neglected aspects of social capital formation. Instead of invoking the absence of social capital to explain the horrors of ethnic cleansing, genocidal violence, and regional insurrections in eastern Congo, a more fruitful approach is to ask ourselves why social capital failed to materialize in the first place, or, alternatively, what caused initial stocks of social capital to evaporate. Putnam would predictably argue that the roots of chaos lie in the weakness of associational ties among the societies of North and South Kivu and the corresponding fragility of networks of civic engagement. Thus, if one is to grasp the texture of Kivu society, one must look at Palermo and its corrupt, personalized, mafioso-cum-clientelistic style of politics. This is somewhat misleading, however, for, along with corruption and patron-client nets, until recently the social landscape in Kivu was dotted with scores of secondary associations, or mutuelles, mostly identified with specific ethnic communities. Until the early 1990s, in no other part of the Congo did the civil society look more promising as a potential counterpouvoir to the Mobutist state. As anyone even remotely familiar with Kivu politics must admit, the key to violence must be found in factors and circumstances that transcend the realm of associational life. To the growing scarcity of land resources caused by successive waves of immigration from Rwanda, must be added the multiplier effect of the nationality issue on ethnic conflict. More than the absence of social capital, land hunger and insecurities of land rights arising from the withdrawal of citizenship from Banyarwanda immigrants is what transformed North Kivu into a tinderbox. 4. Critics of Putnam, most notably Margaret Levi 5, have noted at least two areas where his argument falls short. One is that he makes exceedingly short shrift of the role of the state as a variable in processes of social capital accumulation, and, b. Another is his failure to properly identify the different levels at which trust operates. Furthermore, questions also could be raised about the propriety of looking at civic-mindedness as a determinant of economic growth, rather than the other way around. The evidence from Eastern Congo makes these criticisms all the more persuasive. To leave out of the accounting the role of the state, the colonial, as well as the post-colonial state, in creating the conditions of social conflict is to shove under the rug the most critical factor in the background of the crisis. Again, if we are to grasp the dynamics of conflict, we must factor in the different levels at which trust may obtain. And we must recognize that trust within a specific community may increase in proportion to the degree of distrust directed at another. Ethnic fidelities and societal enmities. Social capital cuts both ways. It can reinforce trust and cooperation within a given community, or it can mobilize collective energies against neighboring communities. The flip side of trust among kindred souls is the distrust of outsiders. Trust operates at different levels: at the interpersonal level, within the context of secondary associations, and toward government officials. To repeat, failure to take these distinctions into account must be seen as a major weakness in the Putnam thesis. Another is his neglect of government policies in transforming ethnic fidelities into inter-ethnic enmities. Looking back to the post-independence history of the Kivu, one cannot fail to notice the extraordinary efflorescence of associational networks built around ethnic communities. 6 As of 1992, a partial listing would include Akuba, Association Culturelle Bahand, Kayahanda, Bushange, Bunakima, Mago, Mutuelle de Originaires de Goma, Magrivi, and Akajanoki, Association Coopérative de Groupements d'Éleveurs du Nord Kivu. Most were identified with specific ethnic communities: Bushange and Akuba with the Hunda, Kayahanda with the Nanda, Bunakima with the Nyanga, Magrivi with the Hutu, and Akajanoki essentially with the Tutsi. As elsewhere in Africa, these associations served to reinforce the cultural awareness and social solidarities of their members. In promoting the interests of their members, they became actively involved in Kivu politics. To the extent that they operated as functional alternatives to political parties, they became a major instrument of ethnic mobilization in the hands of ambitious politicians. In time, the Hunda and Nanda mutuelles emerged as powerful vehicles of distrust towards all immigrants from Rwanda, Hutu and Tutsi. Regardless of the date of their arrival, all Banyarwanda came to be seen as collectively responsible for their economic distress. Thus, a key member of the Bush-Enge Association, identified with Hunda interests, freely admitted to this writer in 1993 that the Banyarwanda Mutuelle Umoja was the object of intense detestation, and the same could be said of the predominantly Hutu Magrivi.7. Thus, if social capital is meant to refer to features of social organizations such as trust, norms, and networks that can improve the efficiency of society by coordinating actions, 8 by 1993 the social capital of the mutuelles was principally used to coordinate action against Banyarwanda immigrants. Immigration and land hunger. The roots of the Kivu crisis are directly traceable to the rise of a settler-sponsored, agricultural capitalism nurtured and encouraged by the colonial state. Beginning in the 1930s, yielding to the pressures of the colonat, the Belgian authorities embarked on a caste resettlement scheme designed to encourage the immigration of Banyarwanda elements from neighboring Rwanda. The aim was twofold: provide Belgian planters with a cheap labor force and offer an outlet for the growing population pressure in Rwanda. In the memorable words of District Commissioner R. Spitales, later appointed head of the Mission Immigration Banyarwanda, MIB, to encourage the flow of immigration into the Kivu is not just a wise administrative measure but also, and above all, an act of humanity and a duty, devoir de tutelle, that will allow the development, mise en valeur, of certain uninhabited regions of Kivu 9. The MIB was the necessary tool for implementing the white settlement scheme already underway under the auspices of the Comite National du Kivu, CNK, a chartered company set up in 1928 to convert vacant lands into protected parklands and plantations. 10 by 1935 over 200,000 hectares had been in effect expropriated and turned into state domain. With the influx of tens of thousands of Banyarwanda in the 1930s, land hunger among the indigenous tribes became increasingly widespread as each migrant family was given 5 hectares of cultivable land to provide for their sustenance. Adding insult to injury, in the 1930s the colonial authorities proceeded to carve out autonomous chefferies in areas normally under Hunda jurisdiction. In Masisi, for example, the judiciary was handed over to a transplanted Tutsi chief, Wilfried Busayana Yandi, and in Rutshuru, the Hunda chief of Bwito, Kamali, was dismissed and sent into exile to Bukavu, and his cheffery was incorporated into Bwisha, a solidly Hutu area, under the command of a Munyarwanda chief. The 1940s and 1950s saw no let-up in the flow of Banyarwanda. By November 1959, according to official statistics established by the Agent Territorial, Ardaman, 184,089 Hutu, referred to as Bantus Hamidises, were reported to be permanently settled. To these must be added 53,233 Tutsi, Hamites. The Banyarwanda stood as the third largest group in the province after the Bananda, 390,704, and the Bashi, 382,572. It is important to note that the vast bulk of the immigrant population was concentrated in the territories of Masisi, 75,136 Hutu and 37,567 Tutsi, and Rutshuru, 91,489 Hutu and 8,073 Tutsi, later to become the flashpoints of ethnic violence between immigrants and Hunda. In Rutshuru, Hutu and Tutsi were 10 times as numerous as the indigenous Hunda population, 10,193, in Masisi, almost 2/3 of the population were immigrants from Rwanda. 11. The date of these statistics is worth bearing in mind. 1959 marks the outbreak of the Hutu Revolution in Rwanda, and with the arrival of some 60,000 Tutsi refugees from Rwanda in the early 1960s and 1970s, yet another complicating factor was introduced into an already tense situation. Before going any further, it is important to note that the expression Banyarwanda hardly does justice to the variety of identities and statuses subsumed under this all-encompassing label. We already mentioned the presence of both Hutu and Tutsi among Banyarwanda immigrants. The next point to be emphasized is that many so-called Banyarwanda were permanently settled in the region long before the inception of colonial rule. For centuries Masisi and Rutshuru had been the traditional homelands of independent Hutu communities. Whereas some local chiefs, Bahinza, were conquered and temporarily brought under the control of the Rwanda monarchy, others successfully resisted encroachments from the Mwami's armies. In any event, such Hutu states as existed at the time of the armed expeditions organized under Ruganzu and Dori in the 18th century and Kigeli Ruabujiri in the latter half of the 19th century were never fully integrated into the fold of the Rwanda kingdom. Nor were the Tutsi without pre-colonial roots in the area. Their presence in the eastern part of Rutshuru can be traced back to the 19th century if not before. The same is true of the so-called Banyamulenge in South Kivu, on the high plateau area east of Uvira, known as Mulenge. 13. If so, to treat all Banyarwanda as migrants and use their migrant status as a pretext for denying them citizenship rights is both historically inaccurate and politically unacceptable. But if many Banyarwanda could legitimately claim North Kivu as their home, having lived in the area for decades if not centuries before colonial rule, tens of thousands of others moved into the region after independence, in the early 1960s and 1970s. These were no ordinary migrants, all were political refugees from the Hutu Revolution, fleeing threats to their lives. The vast majority were Tutsi, though some Hutu accompanied their patrons into exile, and were significantly better off in terms of material wealth and education than their predecessors. Furthermore, they shared a political consciousness that inevitably impelled them to become actively involved in the politics of the province. Many joined hands with Congolese insurgents during the 1964-65 rebellion in hopes of securing a safe sanctuary for the overthrow of the Hutu regime in Rwanda. 14 Although the rebellion ultimately failed, this did not prevent them from making the most of their resources to acquire large tracts of land in Masisi and to distinguish themselves as an influential business community in Goma and Bukavu. Patron-client nets, the chiefs, the state, and the land problem. Where the Kivu situation brings to mind a striking parallel with Italy's Mezzogiorno is in the extent to which patron-client ties, personalized connections, and extortion were the prime mechanisms for the sale of land to rural entrepreneurs. Through much of the 1970s and 1980s, chiefly authorities were the privileged intermediaries through which huge tracts of land were sold to Tutsi and Hunda farmers, resulting in the expulsion of hundreds of Hutu and Hunda peasant families. The networks ran from the chefs to groupements and sous-groupements at the grassroots level, to the chefferie and territoire, and extended to the core agencies of the Mobutist state through the good offices of a leading Tutsi émigré, Ruama Bisanjimana, who by 1970 wielded enormous power in his capacity as Mobutu's directeur de cabinet. The critical links were the paramount chiefs, or grands chefs, like Endas in Rutshuru and Kalinda in Masisi. To the extent that they were able to combine their chiefly status with important positions in the administration and the party hierarchy, they could claim authority on both traditional and political grounds and make the most of this situation to secure compliance with their decisions. 15 It is not a matter of coincidence that the most powerful of such chiefs, André Kalinda, combined the functions of chief of the Bahund with those of administrator de territoire for Masisi. Kalinda, however, also had close personal connections with Bisanjimana and with the Akajanoki, the Tutsi-dominated cattle herders cooperative. Just as the Akajanoki played a crucial role in getting a large-scale cattle ranching project underway in the early 1970s, Kalinda was no less instrumental in supervising the land sales required for the implementation of the project. The beneficiaries of the project in Masisi were both Tutsi and Hunda, but one of the more privileged recipients was none other than Bisanjimana himself. As Busayalamwi Marrero notes, the biggest ranch of Oso and most of the neighboring Kalong passed into the hands of the Tutsi, the beneficiary of the Oso concession. The ranch that had the largest number of white settlers' cattle in Masisi, was Bisanjimanaruama, who was at that time Mobutu's chief of staff. 16 The extent of the holdings handed over to other recipients speaks for itself. Kajagu, Tutsi, and Endakola, Honda, each received 10,000 hectares, Njizeo, Tutsi, 2,000, Mohima, Honda, 700, and so forth. 17. Such massive land sales could not but adversely affect a large number of peasant families, including Hutu families whose land rights, they felt, had been fully individualized under the auspices of the MIB. What Busayalamwi refers to as the collaboration between Hunda customary authorities and cattle keepers in land expropriation resulted in the eviction of hundreds of peasants from their holdings. This is how Busayalamwi reports the eviction of peasants at Mushwa. The cattle keeper and Akajanoki branch president, Rumiya Ntombutsa, Tutsi, used his relationship with Tito Muhabura, the chef de groupement, to dispossess several Hutu families of their lands at Mushwa. Taking advantage of his influence and using his money, he succeeded in getting an ownership certificate from the Provincial Land Service in 1977 to expel these families from their lands where they had lived since 1955 to 56. In an ad hoc report, Tito Muhabura suggested 70 families had been evicted from their lands, whereas the populations concerned put the number at 234 families. 18 There is reason to believe that what happened on Mushwa was not an isolated case. Neither the Hunda chiefs nor the Tutsi cattle ranchers could have succeeded in their enterprise without an enabling legislation. From this standpoint, 1971, 1972, and 1973 were very good years for both. In 1971, an ordonnance loi stipulating that all Banyarwanda and Burundians living in the Congo on June 30, 1960 could claim citizenship rights was adopted, thus making it legally possible for them to own land. Although the January 5, 1972 Law 19 pushed back the required date of residence for citizenship to January 1, 1950, it appears that in many cases citizenship papers were freely granted to Tutsi refugees irrespective of their date of arrival. Thus, when the law on Zairianization came into effect in 1973, a number of Tutsi refugees claiming the rights of Zairian citizens became the legal recipients of plantations and ranches previously owned by Belgian settlers. The Oso Ranch, handed over to Bisanjimana, is a case in point. Meanwhile, the July 1973 General Property Law, virtually abolished customary land rights, hence reaffirming the principle set forth by the Bakajika Law of 1966, and declared all public land the domain of the state. The result has been to render null and void the claims of long-established peasant families and indigenous groups, many of whom invoked the hallowed sanctity of customary rights to hang on to their land, while giving a blank check to the chiefs turned politicians to engage in sales of real estate in violation of customary land rights. In short, the years following independence saw a continuation of the historical process of land alienation inaugurated by the colonial state to serve the interests of rural capitalists. It is easy to comprehend the anxieties of those peasant families who saw themselves pushed out of their holdings by the incessant demands of planters and cane farmers. The violent outbreaks of 1993 were inscribed in the land grabs of the 1970s and 1980s. The nationality question and the 1993 outbreaks. The land problem and the nationality question are but two sides of the same ethnic coin. Access to land presupposes access to citizenship. Withdrawal of citizenship rights from the Banyarwanda meant the end of their security in land rights. This is where the June 29, 1981 nationality law marks a turning point in the relations between immigrant and indigenous communities. By a stroke of the pen, the Legislative Council repealed the 1972 law and instead limited citizenship rights to those persons who could show that one of their ancestors was member of a tribe, or part of a tribe, established in the Congo prior to October 18, 1908, when the Congo formally became a Belgian colony, which in effect meant the rehabilitation of Article 6 of the 1964 Lulyaburg Constitution. Point 20. Behind the palpable absurdity of this stipulation lies a clear intention collectively to deprive all Banyarwanda of citizenship rights. The dismissal of Bisanjimana in 1977, following his alleged involvement in kickbacks from a textile plant in Kisangani, cleared the way for Hunda and Nanda politicians to bring pressure to bear on Mobutu to contest the stipulations of the 1972 legislation. In yielding to their demands, the Mobutist state tried to play one group off against another. The immediate effect, however, was to create further confusion and insecurities among the Banyarwanda. Some Banyarwanda hoped that the nationality issue would be resolved to their satisfaction at the National Conference in 1991, but this was not to be the case. The party delegations representing the interests of foreigners were refused admission to the conference. The civil society delegates did not fare much better. In his capacity as president of the civil society section, Kasiso Ananda was able to win enough support to counter the claims of the Maghrebi president, Nyabirangu. 21 proponents of a return to the 1964 Lulyaburg Constitution won the day. To make things even worse, the geopolitique argument whereby positions of authority in the provincial administration should be reserved for those originating from that province appears to have received widespread support among the participants. The long-simmering tensions generated by the debate over the nationality question came to a boil in 1993 when violence suddenly erupted in and around Masisi, causing an estimated 10,000 deaths and the displacement of some 250,000 people. What touched off the waves of violence that swept across the region from March to July was the killing of a number of Banyarwanda, essentially Hutu, at the Entito market in Valikale. Like the fire in a dry forest, writes Busayalamwi Marrero, the violence spread all over the north and west of Masisi and the Bwito area in the Rutshuru zone, all areas of heavy settlement by Rwanda immigrants, as the Hutu raised arms for self-defense or counter-offensive. The face of the war changed quickly, shifting from one-sided massacres of Hutu to armed confrontation. 22 How many of the victims among Banyarwanda were Hutu and how many were Tutsi is unknown. It is clear that, a. violence was directed against all Banyarwanda irrespective of their ethnic identities, b. it was instigated by indigenous tribes, Hunda, Nanda, and Nyanga, assisted by Mai Mai and Bangi Lima warriors, and, c. the killings occurred in response to a widespread campaign of civil disobedience organized by the Maghrebi, in large part directed against traditional authorities. Point 23. As a result of this tragic turn of events, the so-called Mutuels tribals, for example, Kayanda for the Nanda, Bushenge for the Hunda, Umoja for Hutu and Tutsi, Akuba for the Hunda Nyanga Tembo, and so forth became even more tribalistic. Nor were NGOs immune from the contagion of mobilized ethnicity. As William notes, the Adventist and Catholic churches were described as pro-Tutsi, the Neo-Apostolic Church was believed to be dominated by Hunda and Nyanga, the group d'Études et d'Action pour le Développement, GED, was seen as pro-Tutsi, etc. 24 On the other hand, Hutu and Tutsi responded to the surge of xenophobic violence by developing closer ties. Busayalamwi Marrero speaks of a Hutu-Tutsi coalition. Whatever the case may be, the Hutu-Tutsi alliance proved extremely short-lived. With the capture of power in Rwanda by the Tutsi-dominated Rwanda Patriotic Front, RPF, in July 1994, followed by the massive outpouring of Hutu refugees across the border into Goma, the stage was set for a major reshuffling of ethnic alliances. From then on, the split between Hutu and Tutsi emerged as the critical frame of reference in Kivu politics, only to be supplanted, after the destruction of the refugee camps by the RPF in November 1996, by the growing polarization between Tutsi, now calling themselves Banyamulenge, and native elements. The massive exodus of Hutu refugees from Rwanda opens up a new and even more tragic chapter in the history of the region. To do justice to these developments would require more space and time than we can afford. Point 25 Let us, in conclusion, return to Putnam. Concluding thoughts. The foregoing is not intended to dismiss the relevance of social capital as a key ingredient of civic-mindedness, indeed, as the germ from which democracy may flourish. The point of this discussion is to underscore how extraordinarily difficult is the production of such capital in a multi-ethnic environment as suffused with social inequalities, economic scarcity, and contested citizenship rights as Eastern Congo. Clearly, to take Putnam to task for not dealing with these issues would be unfair. Italy, after all, is not the locus class siccus of ethnic conflict. And although there are parallels between the clientelistic structuring of politics in the Mezzogiorno and the situation in North Kivu prior to 1994, the manipulation of patron-client nets for purposes of ethnic mobilization lends an entirely different texture to Kivu society. Nonetheless, the evidence from Eastern Congo does raise some nagging questions about Putnam's attempt to establish a direct causal connection between social capital and democratic performance. To leave public policies, or the role of the state, out of the global picture is to rule out a critically important dimension in the dynamics of social capital accumulation or destruction. As the case at hand shows, if the colonial state emerges as the historic villain in preparing the ground for ethnic conflict, the successor state does not fare much better. Behind the surge of xenophobic violence lies not only the perverse short-sightedness of colonial immigration policies, but the contradictions and confusion created by the Mobutist state over the nationality question. Equally questionable is Putnam's contention that civics helps explain economics, rather than the other way around. 26 Here again, the history of the Kivu shows that the causal link between civic-mindedness and economic growth is far more complex than Putnam would have us believe. There is indeed enough evidence to show that the greatest threat to social capital stemmed from the growing conditions of economic scarcity engendered by colonial immigration policies. The nationality question was, of course, a key element behind inter-ethnic violence in the early 1990s, but the issue also had a direct bearing on access to land because citizenship rights were seen as governing rights in land. This is not to deny the importance of political participation as a major stake in the nationality question, only to suggest that for many Banyarwanda, access to power and access to land were inseparable. Where the relevance of Putnam to the Eastern Congo comes clearly into view is in his contention that social context and history profoundly condition the effectiveness of institutions. 27 Few would deny that the volatility of Kivu's social context is inscribed in the perverse effects of colonial and post-colonial history. What must be underscored here is not just the impact of history, but the recasting of pre-colonial history as a means of legitimizing Rwanda's territorial claims to large parts of Eastern Congo. Unsurprisingly, since the outbreak of the Rwanda-sponsored, anti-Kabila rebellion in August 1998, it is the story of Mwami Rwabugiri's pre-colonial incursions that provides the legitimizing myth for Rwanda's military presence in North and South Kivu. The crucial question today is not whether colonial history has had a destructive impact on political institutions, but whether the rewriting of pre-colonial history by Rwandan ideologues is at all compatible with the exigencies of peace and stability in the Great Lakes region. Chapter 14. The DRC, From Failure to Potential Reconstruction. The African continent is littered with the wreckage of imploded polities. From Guinea-Bissau to Burundi, from Congo-Brazzaville to Congo-Kinshasa, and from Sierra Leone to Guinea and Côte d'Ivoire, failed or failing states confront us with an all too familiar litany of scourges: civil societies shot to bits by ethno-regional violence, massive flows of hapless refugees across national boundaries, widespread environmental disasters, rising rates of criminality, and the utter bankruptcy of national economies. In its most recent avatar, the DRC, the former Belgian colony, is widely seen as the epitome of the failed state, whose descent into hell has set loose a congeries of rival factions fighting proxy wars on behalf of half a dozen African states. Statelessness conveys a more realistic picture of the rampant anarchy in many parts of the country. Carved into 4 semi-autonomous territorial enclaves, 3 of which are under the sway of rebel movements, it is the most fragmented and violent battleground on the continent. The scale of human losses is staggering. According to the International Rescue Committee, the death toll since 1998 could be as high as 3 million. In comparative terms, this is roughly the equivalent of the human losses of 9/11 on a daily basis over a 3-year period. Meanwhile, disease, starvation, and homelessness are said to have affected 16 million out of a total population of approximately 50 million. The economy is in ruins, with approximately half of the country's mineral wealth mortgaged to President Joseph Kabila's allies, the other half, looted by invaders. There is no precedent for the multiplicity of external forces involved in the destruction of the state and the plundering of the country's human, economic, and environmental resources. In 2001, at least 6 states were militarily involved, officially or unofficially: Rwanda, Uganda, and Burundi on the side of the rebellion, and Angola, Zimbabwe, and Namibia on the side of the Kabila government in Kinshasa. Putting the pieces back together is all the more problematic because of the extent to which interveners are using the chaos to serve their own interests. Even though their objectives may differ, they each have a stake in perpetuating the breakup of the state. The two key players, Rwanda and Uganda, once united in a common crusade against President Mobutu Sese Seko's dictatorship, are now at daggers drawn over the loot in eastern Congo, in the process dragging their respective client factions into violent turf battles. Born in a suburb of Kigali, Kabuga, in August 1998, with the blessings of Rwandan President Paul Kagame, the Congolese Rally for Democracy, RCD, is presently split into 2 rival factions, one based in Goma, in North Kivu, the pro-Rwanda RCD Goma, led by Adolphe Onashumba Yemba, and the other in Bunia, in the Kibali Ituri province, the pro-Uganda RCD Bunia, recently led by Ernest Wambadia Wamba, and now by Mbusa Nyamazi. Both wings have been torn by violent struggles for leadership, confronting their external patrons with difficult choices. Also supported by Uganda, a third rebel movement led by Jean-Pierre Bemba, the MLC renamed Front de Libération du Congo, FLC, following its merger with the RCD Bunia in January 2001, fought pitched battles against Laurent Kabila's ragtag army in the Equateur province, in the north, and now claims implausibly to control some 900,000 square kilometers from Zongo on the Ubangi River all the way to Kanyabayonga in North Kivu. Approximately half of the DRC is under the fragile control of rebel movements kept alive by substantial infusions of direct military assistance from their respective sponsors. When not fighting each other, the strategic positions, including the key localities in the border area between Rwanda and Uganda, are held by units of the RPA and Uganda People's Defense Forces, UPDF. The DRC is the only country in Africa with approximately half of its national territory under foreign military occupation. As if to further complicate the task of reconstruction, foreign-linked factionalism goes far beyond the 3 rebel movements currently tied to Rwanda and Uganda. A plethora of loosely knit factions have emerged in the interstices of the 3-cornered struggle going on between Kinshasa, Kampala, and Kigali. One group, the Mai Mai, tactically linked to Kabila, brings together a loose assemblage of local warlords, all vehemently opposed to the RCD Goma and its Rwandan patron. Another consists of Hutu armed groups from Rwanda and Burundi, the former generally identified with the remnants of Rwanda's militias, the Interahamwe, the latter with the Burundi-based FDD. A third, and more ambivalent, faction, the FRF, led by Muller Ruambika, draws its support from a small segment of the Tutsi community indigenous to South Kivu, the so-called Banyamulenge. Although openly critical of the presence of the Rwandan army in the DRC, it can hardly be described as pro-Kabila. In this extraordinarily fluid, deeply fragmented environment, the only glue holding together this disparate group of counterinsurgents is their common hatred of the Rwandan occupying forces and their local allies. Laurent Kabila's assassination, on January 16, 2001, followed by an impromptu transfer of presidential authority to his 29-year-old son, Joseph, raised further questions. What hidden hand, if any, lay behind the bodyguard's bullet? Kabila Père had made enough enemies at home and abroad to be at risk of an attempt on his life. Whether Kabila Fils can avoid his father's egregious mistakes, his utter insensitivity to the demands of the civil society, his sheer ruthlessness in dealing with his suspected opponents within and outside the army, his stubborn refusal to implement the Lusaka Accords and cavalier dismissal of the unappointed facilitator, Sir Katu Masire, derisively called the complicator, and in time chart a new course toward peace and reconstruction remains to be seen. What accounts for the failure of the state in the DRC? Plausible though it is to detect historical continuities between the horrors of the Leopoldian system and Mobutu's brutally exploitative dictatorship, or between the sheer oppressiveness of Belgian rule and the excesses of the successor state, in the last analysis, Mobutu himself must be seen as the determining agent behind this vertiginous descent into the abyss. 3 What set Mobutu apart from other neo-patrimonial rulers was his unparalleled capacity to institutionalize kleptocracy at every level of the social pyramid and his unrivaled talent for transforming personal rule into a cult, and political clientelism into cronyism. 4 Stealing was not so much a perversion of the ethos of public service as it was its raison d'etre. The failure of the Zairian state was thus inscribed in the logic of a system in which money was the only political tool for rewarding loyalty, a system that set its own limitations on the capacity of the state to provide public goods, institutionalize civil service norms, and effectively mediate ethno-regional conflicts. Only through the concerted efforts of the Western Troika, the United States, Belgium, and France, and after the United States and Belgium had secretly orchestrated the assassination of Patrice Lumumba, could Mobutu come to power and rule the Congo for 32 years with such an appalling combination of brutality, cunning, and manipulative perversity. 5 Although the massive infusions of financial assistance from the International Monetary Fund, IMF, and the World Bank contributed in no small way to satisfying Mobutu's incessant demands for cash, once confronted with their reluctance to oblige, it took all the pressure the United States could bring to bear on both institutions to ensure that the aid money would keep flowing into Mobutu's private pockets. 6 For decades, maintenance of the state system overruled reason. Seen through the prism of the crises of the 1990s, the end of the Cold War emerged as a watershed in the unraveling of the Mobutist state. In 1990, after accumulating arrears of $70 million, the IMF, no longer facing a U.S. veto, suspended its loans to the country, while other donors cut off their assistance. Mobutu responded to the advent of multi-party democracy by buying off opposition parties. The urgent need for cash was met by printing tons of paper money. Spiraling inflation inevitably followed, driving the economy further into the ground. From then on, the cancer rapidly spread, paralyzing one sector after another. As the delivery of political rewards beyond Kinshasa became increasingly uncertain, the control of the state shrank correspondingly. And when the salaries of the military could no longer be paid, the more disaffected troops took to the streets and went on looting sprees through the capital city, killing hundreds. If internal security was non-existent, so was the capacity of the state to meet external threats. As the Rwandan army crossed into eastern Congo in October 1996, preparing the ground for Kabila's triumphant march to Kinshasa, the state had already ceased to exist. On May 17, 1997, 8 months after its creation, the victorious AFDL marched into Kinshasa. Its spectacular success in carrying the banner of liberation to the gates of Kinshasa is a commentary on the extent of disaffection generated by the Mobutist dictatorship. More to the point, it speaks volumes for the degree of institutional paralysis afflicting the apparatus of the state. Anatomy of disaster, failure, collapse, and fragmentation. As the history of the Congo shows, the failure of one set of institutions is not enough to explain systemic collapse. The unraveling of the armed forces in 1964-65, after the Mule List insurrection, did not bring about the disintegration of the state. External military assistance, coupled with substantial infusions of financial aid from the United States, made it possible for the state to recover, if only momentarily, from what could have been an insurmountable challenge. By the early 1990s, however, the Congo had lost its strategic significance to the West, and the costs of an external rescue operation seemed greatly to outweigh the benefits. At a time when multi-party democracy was in vogue, bolstering Mobutu's dictatorship had ceased to be a realistic option. Moreover, the multiplicity of opposition forces released by the National Sovereign Conference, and the continuing tug-of-war between the transitional institutions and the Mobutist state, forced donors, primarily France, Belgium, and the United States, to question how best to assist the transition, or indeed whether any assistance, short of military intervention, could make a difference. Donors' inaction meant a continuing deadlock over the pace and manner of the transition. The resulting paralysis of decision-making mechanisms ushered in one crisis after another. None of the 7 prime ministers appointed in 1991 and 1992 proved equal to the task of restoring governmental authority. The economy went into a tailspin when the rate of inflation jumped from 261% in 1990 to 6,800% in 1994.7. Mobutu's insistence on printing new paper money against the advice of Prime Minister Etienne Tshisekedi led to the latter's resignation in December 1992. When local traders refused to accept the newly minted 5 million Zaire banknotes, several units of the armed forces responded by going on looting sprees through Kinshasa and elsewhere. The most violent and extensive of a series of pillages by the army occurred in January 1993, when devastation spread to several areas in the Lower Congo and the Kivu provinces. Faced with major ethno-regional conflicts in North Kivu and Shaba, now renamed Katanga, by 1993, the Mobutist state had lost all capacity to mediate the crises effectively. Rather than serving as an instrument for the state, the army had become a loose cannon, and at times an active participant in local insurrections. From 1991 to 1993, failure metastatized from one institutional sector to another, reducing the Zairean state to utter impotence. It is difficult to pinpoint precisely when the Mobutist state failed. In 1992, a senior U.S. diplomat noted that Zaire had all the earmarks of a hollowed-out state. 8 But if failure was already patent in 1992, it did not become conclusive until late 1996, with the destruction of the Hutu refugee camps of eastern Zaire by the RPA and the emergence of Laurent Desire Kabila as the self-proclaimed leader of the AFDL. That it took only 6 months for the poorly equipped and poorly led anti-Mobutist coalition to reach the gates of Kinshasa demonstrated the weakness of the Zairean Armed Forces, ZAF, rather than the strength of the AFDL. Mobutu's appalling performance from one crisis to the next suggests the strongest reservations about structural explanations in any attempt to account for the demise of the Zairean state. More than the carryover of the Bulow-Madary syndrome into the post-independence years evocative of underlying historical continuities between the ruthlessness of the Leopoldjian regime and the autocratic features of the Mobutist state, Mobutu must be seen as the chief architect of disaster. 9. Mobutu's unrelenting efforts to thwart democratic opposition forces, his highly personalized style of rulership, built partly on repression and partly on extensive patronage networks, his scandalous squandering of the Congo's wealth, his megalomaniac obsession with grandiose development schemes at the expense of public goods for the masses, and his pathetic soft-keep-put attitude in the face of the relentless march of the AFDL on Kinshasa were critical factors in the ultimate collapse of his Bulow-Madary kingdom. Herbst's thesis, that failure is traceable to the generalized inability of African states to control their hinterland effectively, owing to the artificiality of state boundaries combined with low population densities, raises questions about whether the weakness of the state, as defined in terms of its ability or inability to raise taxes, to provide public services, or to protect its citizens, can conceivably be treated as a constant. 10 The convenient cateris paribus qualifier does not take us very far in our quest for explanation. Even where the inability of the state to broadcast power, to use Herbst's terminology, is patent, as in the Mobutist state, the significance of intervening variables cannot be excluded. Just as we need to recognize that not all state systems are equally vulnerable, it is no less important to avoid the trap of brute functionalism. In an otherwise inspiring essay, Zartman makes surprisingly short shrift of what others have termed critical junctures, or decisive events, on processes of state collapse. His use of metaphors is revealing. What is notable in these scenarios of state collapse, he writes, is the absence of clear turning points, warning signals, thresholds, or pressure spots. The slippery slope, the descending spiral, and the downward trend are the mark of state collapse rather than deadlines and triggers. 11. The least that can be said of this curiously ahistorical construction is that it is difficult to reconcile with the evidence at hand, not unlike trying to explain the collapse of the French monarchy without reference to the seizure of the Bastille, the tennis court oath, or the flight to Varennes. Elsewhere Zartman asks, why do states collapse? Because, we are told, they can no longer perform the functions required for them to pass as states, not unlike explaining the death of a patient by saying that he/she could no longer perform the functions required to stay alive. Point 12. If triggering events, thresholds, or critical junctures cannot be ignored, neither can the long-term forces of decay and decomposition be dismissed. It is anybody's guess how much longer the Congolese state could have lasted had it not been for the decisive blows administered by the Rwandan assault against refugee camps in October 1996. What is beyond question is that by 1996 the Congolese state was already a pushover, thoroughly undermined by its long-standing prebendal involution, declining legitimacy, and the near disintegration of its armed forces. The crisis of 1996 was the triggering event that brought the state to its knees. The regional context. State collapse is contagious. Although the seeds of failure are inseparable from failed leadership, the risks of disintegration are significantly greater where the proximity of a collapsing state threatens to contaminate its neighbor. Just as the civil war in Liberia has decisively hastened the collapse of Sierra Leone, and vice versa, the flow of refugees generated by the continuing civil strife in Sierra Leone poses a clear and present danger to Guinea. Nowhere, however, is the contagiousness of collapse more dramatically illustrated than in the rapid spread of ethnic violence from Rwanda to eastern Congo in the aftermath of the Rwandan genocide. Of the many unanticipated consequences of that bloodbath, none has had more profoundly destabilizing consequences than the massive exodus of over 1 million Hutu refugees across the border into the Kivu provinces of eastern Congo. To grasp the spin-off effects of the Rwandan carnage, attention must be paid to several features common to the Great Lakes region, Rwanda, Burundi, Uganda, and eastern Congo. One is the absence of coincidence between ethnic and geographic maps. The presence of Tutsi and Hutu communities in Uganda, Tanzania, and eastern Congo bears testimony to the arbitrariness of state boundaries. Although many peoples arrived during and after the colonial era, their presence reaches back to pre-colonial times. It is estimated that there are approximately 10 million people speaking Kinyarwanda in the Great Lakes region, and 15 million if Kirundi, a language closely related to Kinyarwanda, is included in the total. In North Kivu alone, about half of the total population of some 3.5 million were identified as Kinyarwanda speaking in 1993, and of these, about 80% were Hutu and 20% Tutsi. The significance of this regional ethnic configuration is best captured by Huntington's concept of king-country syndrome, a situation in which ethnic fault lines tend to replicate each other across national boundaries, thus creating a deadly potential for conflict to expand and escalate. Point 13. Another major characteristic is the very high population density and resulting pressure on land throughout the region. Rwanda claims the highest population density in Africa, with Burundi and North Kivu close behind. With an estimated 1 million people in the late 19th century, Rwanda claimed 7.6 million on the eve of the genocide and an average of 336 inhabitants per square kilometer. The figures for North Kivu indicate similar densities in the high-lying areas of the Congo-Nile crest. It is not a coincidence that the most densely populated areas Masisi and Rutshuru are also the places where the most intractable land disputes have arisen. Point 14. Herbst described a very different situation for most of pre-colonial Africa. In pre-colonial Africa, land was plentiful and populations thin on the ground. As a result, there were few areas where territorial competition was the central political issue because land was plentiful. Control over territory was often not contested because it was often easier to escape from rulers than to fight them. 15. The land issue in North and South Kivu has been, and remains, at the heart of ethnic violence through much of the region. A third factor relates to the presence of sizable refugee populations from neighboring states. The process began in Rwanda in the early 1960s, when tens of thousands of Tutsi refugees sought asylum in Uganda, 70,000, Burundi, 60,000, and Eastern Congo, 22,000. A nightmarish cycle of tit-for-tat ethnic violence followed the cross-border raids of armed refugees into Rwanda, culminating in the massacre of thousands of Tutsi civilians in 1963. That, in turn, caused a further exodus of Tutsi refugees to neighboring states. In Burundi, which, unlike Rwanda, acceded to independence under Tutsi rule, the heightening of the tension caused by the presence of Tutsi refugees from Rwanda reached a boiling point in 1972, with the genocidal massacre of at least 100,000 Hutu, some say 200,000, at the hands of the All-Tutsi army, again causing the exodus of tens of thousands of Hutu refugees to Rwanda, Tanzania, and Eastern Congo, South Kivu. Point 16. The most devastating illustration of refugees as vectors of violence occurred in Eastern Congo in the wake of the Rwandan genocide, in 1994, when 1.2 million Hutu refugees poured across the border into North and South Kivu. As many as 100,000 consisted of Interahamwe militias and remnants of the FAR. There was no precedent in the history of the region for such a massive eruption of armed refugees into a host country or for the seriousness of the threats that they posed to their country of origin. Such exceptional circumstances brought forth an exceptional response from the Rwandan government in the form of a surgical preemptive strike against the refugee camps. The destruction of the camps by the RPA in October 1996 marked a watershed in the decomposition of the Mobutist state. Besides triggering the virtual disintegration of the Congolese armed forces, FAC, the search and destroy operations conducted by the RPA quickly snowballed into a popular crusade against Mobutu. 17. From integral state to shell state, the costs of self-cannibalization. Intimations of the mortality of the Zairian state were felt long before its downfall. Failure is a relative concept, and so also are the challenges posed to a failed state. From the beginning, Mobutu's rule embodied a neo-patrimonial polity. The extreme personalization of authority built around the presidential palace had as its corollary a systematic effort to thwart the development of a responsive and efficient bureaucracy. At no time was an effective institutional mechanism forged for resolving conflicts among competing constituencies. The scale of the challenges posed by the end of the Cold War was more than could be handled by the lame Leviathan. By the early 1990s, lameness had given way to utter paralysis. 18. 4 years after Mobutu's second coming in November 1965, the Zairian state tried to project the image of an all-embracing, hegemonic apparatus, dedicated to transforming the institutions of the state into an engine of development. What Young calls the integral state was the ideological hallmark of Mobutu's autocracy. 19. On closer inspection, a different reality emerges. Control over the civil society, though ostensibly mediated through the ruling party the MPR, involved the extension of clientelistic nets to all sectors of society, including the army. As in every patrimonial state, the Mobutist state owed its stability to its capacity to service the networks. Patronage was the indispensable lubricant of the state machinery. Eventually, however, the lubricant ran out and the Mobutist machine was brought to a near standstill. By 1975, Mobutu was faced with a catastrophic decline of his sources of revenue. Copper prices plummeted, debt servicing increased drastically, and the megalomaniac projects destined to usher in economic prosperity the Ingashaba power line, the Makolo steel mill, the Tenchfugurum copper mines proved unmitigated disasters. The inability of the Mobutist state to generate a volume of rewards consistent with its clientelistic ambitions is the key element behind its rapid loss of legitimacy. With the end of the Cold War, the integral state came to look more and more like a shell state. 20. The erosion of state capacity increased in proportion to Mobutu's growing inability to keep up the flow of external funding from donors, leading in turn to a further shrinkage of patronage networks. The result set in motion a process of involution centered around a handful of venal, rent-seeking cronies. What Young described as self-cannibalization vividly captures the hollowing out of state institutions under Mobutu's prebendal rule. 21. For a quarter of a century, the Mobutist state was able to compensate for its lack of internal legitimacy by drawing huge dividends from its international status as the United States' staunchest ally in Africa. As has been noted time and again, what one French official described as a walking bank account in a leopard skin cap, was a creature of the Central Intelligence Agency. The end of the Cold War sharply increased the Congo's international isolation and legitimacy deficit. Bartering its anti-communist credentials for external assistance was no longer a feasible option. Just as Mobutu owed his rise to power to the penetration of East-West rivalries in the continent, the collapse of the Zairian state must be seen as a casualty of the end of the Cold War. Trajectories of collapse, thresholds and triggers. By any of the conventional yardsticks, declining institutional performance, military indiscipline, harassment of civilians, inability to collect taxes, and governmental spending on public services, notably health and education. Zaire in the early 1990s stood at the top of the list of Africa's failed states. By then, three basic indicators of failure mapped out the road to collapse. 1. A sharp decline of institutional capabilities, matched by a corresponding lack of responsiveness to the demands of the citizenry for more democracy. 2. Widespread indiscipline and looting of private property by the armed forces and the police, and 3. Major eruptions of civil violence, notably in Shaba, 1992-93, and North Kivu, 1993. Each of the foregoing in turn draws attention to certain critical junctures or thresholds in the decomposition of the state. 1. The disorganization of the CNS in 1991 and the rise of multiparty competition. 2. The looting sprees of the Army and Presidential Guard in 1993, marking the virtual dissolution of the state's legitimate monopoly of force, and 3. The North Kivu emergency of 1993. The CNS and the aborted transition to multiparty democracy. Yielding to domestic and international pressures, in April 1990, Mobutu formally announced the advent of political reform and the opening of multiparty competition. A year later the CNS met in Kinshasa to lay the constitutional groundwork for multiparty democracy. Bringing together some 3,400 representatives of political parties and members of the civil society, the aim was to lay the groundwork for a reconfiguration of the state, but as one observer noted, it dramatically accelerated its disintegration. 22. The conference made clear Mobutu's determination to use divide-and-rule strategies to pull the rug from under feet of the main opposition forces, notably Tshisekedi's Union Démocratique pour le Progrès Social, UDPS. His talent for buying off members of the opposition and bankrolling the birth of friendly factions led to a phenomenal proliferation of political parties. More than 200 parties were registered at the end of the year. Meanwhile, the volume of cash funneled into floating satellite parties translated into a further shrinking of public spending on social services, while seriously compromising the chances of a broad consensus among participants to the conference. The imperative of divide and rule inexorably encouraged the rise of local and regional fiefdoms and the entrenchment of pro-Mobutu forces in some provincial arenas, as in Shaba, where Carly Bonzufari soon emerged as the staunchest opponent of Tshisekedi's UPDS, and in South Kivu, where pro-Mobutu politicians, mostly of Bimbe origins, took systematic steps to denigrate and deny rights of citizenship to long-established communities of ethnic Tutsi, the so-called Banyamulenge. The same scenario could be seen in North Kivu, where Tutsi 59ers were openly branded as foreigners working hand-in-hand with FPR guerrillas in neighboring Rwanda. Under the pretense of the geopolitique argument set forth by Mobutu's client parties, whereby positions of authority in the provincial administration should be reserved for those originating from that province, indigeneity was now brandished as the key priority of provincial reconfigurations. Competition between pro- and anti-Mobutu parties led to violent ethnic eruptions in Shaba and North Kivu. In Shaba, The efforts of the pro-Yufuri governor to consolidate his grip on provincial institutions took the form of systematic pogroms against the Kazayan populations, mostly Luba immigrants suspected of sympathies for the Kazayan-led UPDS. Hundreds were killed at the hands of the Yufuri jeunesse groups, while thousands fled to Luba-dominated areas of the Kasai province. Significantly, ethnic cleansing of Luba immigrants occurred shortly after Mobutu dismissed Tshisekedi, the Kazayan-born UDPS leader, from the prime ministership in October 1991. His tenure in office lasted exactly 6 days and came to an abrupt end after he insisted on controlling the central bank. Tshisekedi's dismissal only increased his popularity among Luba elements, in turn prompting Yufuri to unleash a campaign of indiscriminate violence against the immigrant communities of southern Katanga. 23. In North and South Kivu, neither ethnic Tutsi nor Banyamulenge were able to gain representation in the CNS, causing serious tensions vis-a-vis the self-proclaimed native Congolese. 24. In May 1993, North Kivu exploded, with ethnic violence sweeping across several rural localities. By willfully encouraging ethnic confrontations as a means of controlling the forces released by the CNS, Mobutu created the very conditions that accelerated failure. Not only did the apparatus of the state prove utterly incapable of mediating the competing claims of social actors, the army virtually disintegrated. The failure of the security forces. In the catalogue of afflictions suffered by the state, none looms larger than the appalling performance of the Zairian armed forces. Its rabble character remained almost constant throughout the Mobutu years. The history of Zaire demonstrates, and this is even more cruelly evident in the case of Laurent Kabila's DRC, is the inability of the regime to make an effective use of its security forces to deal with the threat of regional, externally supported insurrections. Like the state itself, the FAS can best be seen as a political machine lubricated by strong doses of corruption, clientelism, and ethnic favoritism. Numbering approximately 150,000 in 1993, Mobutu's army consisted of two core units, the DSP and the GC, headed respectively by his brother-in-law, General Etienne Ngul Congo Nzimbi and General Philemon Kapema Baramoto, both of Ngbandai origins like Mobutu himself. Approximately half of the 62 FAS generals came from Mobutu's region, Equateur, and one-third were of Mobutu's Ngbandai. They were overwhelmingly concentrated in the DSP and the GC. Recruitment into the higher ranks can best be described as a patronage operation designed to reinforce the loyalty of the officer corps to the supreme patron. Kinship played a key role in strengthening loyalty, and merit and competence were of secondary importance to personal devotion to Mobutu. In return for their political loyalty, the army high command was given a free hand to engage in lucrative commercial activities. Some were involved in smuggling operations, and others sold military equipment, spare parts, and military fuel on the black market. Embezzling the salaries intended for the troops was a standard practice among officers, a fact that goes a long way toward explaining the exact ions and indiscipline of the troops. Already in 1964-65, during the Mule List insurrection in eastern Congo, the poor performance of the Congolese army had been made painfully clear. Had it not been for the assistance proffered by South African and European mercenaries, and the bombing missions flown by Cuban exiles in the pay of the CIA, Mobutu's second coming, in November 1965, might not have materialized. Again, only through the timely intervention of French and Moroccan troops during the Shaba I and Shaba II insurrections, in 1977 and 1978, was the Mobutist state saved from its self-inflicted doom. The danger posed by the absence of an even minimally disciplined army was dramatically revealed during the looting sprees that swept across the country from 1991 to 1993. Resentful of not being paid salaries comparable to those of the CNS delegates and further angered by the refusal of local traders to accept Mobutu's worthless banknotes, bands of soldiers in September 1991 went on a rampage in Kinshasa, stealing and killing anyone who stood in their way. The same scenario unfolded in Lubumbashi in October 1991, in Banza and Gungu in January 1992, in Mbandaka in September 1992, in Goma in December 1992, in Kisangani, Goma, and Rutshuru in January 1993, and in Lisala in August 1993. In each locality, millions of dollars worth of property were destroyed by rampaging soldiers. The extensive pillages brought into sharp relief the extreme fragility of a security apparatus largely built on ethnic clientelism and the degree to which the absorption of financial wealth by the Mobutu clique conspired to destroy the army's morale and heighten its indiscipline. By 1993, the Fez was spinning out of control. Facing the prospect of Mobutu running out of cash, bitter rivalries emerged among different factions of the officer corps, notably between the Mbachia and Bandai subgroups headed respectively by Generals Bumba and Babia. As the latter's faction eventually gained the upper hand, the security forces came increasingly under the control of the Aung Bandai Gang of Four, Generals Mavua, Iluki, Baramoto, and Nzimbi, respectively Minister of National Defense, Chairman of the Chiefs of Staff, Commander of the GC, and head of the DSP. By 1996, the Gang of Four had become a collective loose cannon, and Mobutu was at the mercy of his generals. What one observer referred to as the Western of the generals and the birth of factions and godfathers, marked the unraveling of the Fez. Unfortunately, Mobutu failed to read the message sent by the mutinous troops. The latter were simply fed up with the mafia operating within the army. The troops were paid irregularly, poorly fed, poorly led, while their commanding officers were abusively swelling the size of their units and embezzling their salaries with impunity. 25 To compensate for their unpaid salaries, the officers gave their troops a blank check to ransom and loot. Meanwhile, the loyal clienteles built around an Bandai-dominated DSP proved just as adept in engaging in plunder and theft. When the time came to take on Kagame's refugee warriors and their Congolese allies in the east, in October 1996, all that Mobutu could summon was a band of armed thugs masquerading as an army. The Kivu Emergency, 1993–96. Long before the attacks on the refugee camps, in October 1996, North Kivu had become a calabash of seething political and ethnic tensions, for which Mobutu bears much of the responsibility. By first favoring the Tutsi community, and more specifically the first generation of 59ers, against native Congolese and then turning against them, and by declaring all Banyarwanda foreigners and denying them the rights of citizenship, Mobutu sowed the seeds of his own undoing. 26. The roots of the Kivu crisis center on land issues. These issues are traceable in part to the legacy of Belgian policies, and in part to the critical role played by one of Mobutu's most trusted advisors and chief of staff, Bisengima, a Tutsi 59er. Land hunger in the Kivu would have never reached such critical dimensions had it not been for, 1. The long-term effects of Belgian policies in facilitating the immigration of tens of thousands of Rwandan families to North Kivu to meet the labor demands of European planters, along with the designation of hundreds of thousands of acres as vacant lands in order to turn them into protected parklands, and, 2. The crucial role played by Tutsi refugees from the Rwandan Revolution, 1959–62, in appropriating large tracts of land at the expense of the indigenous communities. This is where Bisengimana himself, like many of his kinsmen, one of the largest landowners in the Kivu, bears considerable responsibility in heightening tensions between the Banyarwanda and the native Congolese. By 1981, the land problem and the nationality question had become both sides of the same coin. Citizenship rights meant the right to vote and the right to buy land. Until then, the Banyarwanda could exercise both, thanks to a 1972 law pushed through Parliament at the request of Bisengimana. By 1977, he had fallen out of grace, and anti-Banyarwanda sentiment was growing throughout the region. The Nationality Law of 1981, in effect, withdrew citizenship rights from all Banyarwanda, including those whose roots in the Kivu went back to pre-colonial times. From then on, citizenship only applied to those persons who could show that one of their ancestors was a member of a tribe, or part of a tribe, established in the Congo prior to 1908, when the Congo ceased to be a free state and became a Belgian colony. 27 Behind the palpable ineptitude of the stipulation lay a clear intention collectively to deprive all Banyarwanda of their citizenship. Although some Banyarwanda had hoped that the nationality issue would be resolved at the CNS, this was not to be the case. The party delegations representing the interests of the foreigners were refused admission to the conference, the civil society delegates likewise. The geopolitique argument received widespread support among the majority of the participants, thus ratcheting up the ethnic temperature in eastern Congo. The tensions over the nationality issue came to a boil in May 1993 when anti-Banyarwanda violence suddenly erupted in Masisi and Walikale, North Kivu, causing an estimated 10,000 deaths, mostly Hutu, and the displacement of some 250,000 people. Although the evidence concerning the immediate circumstances of the rioting is sketchy, certain basic facts are reasonably clear. Violence was directed against all Banyarwanda irrespective of their ethnic identity, Hutu or Tutsi. It was instigated by indigenous tribes, Hunda, Nanda, and Nyanga, assisted by Mai Mai and Bangi Lima warriors. The killings occurred in response to a widespread campaign of civil disobedience organized by the Magrivi, a pro-Hutu mutuelle, in large part directed against indigenous traditional authorities, the latter suspected of being in league with Tutsi landowners. 28. Hutu-Tutsi tensions had yet to reach the point of no return. For a while this surge of xenophobic violence caused the two ethnic fragments of the Banyarwandan community to develop closer ties. Some spoke of an emergent Hutu-Tutsi coalition. The least that can be said is that it proved extremely short-lived. Already many young ethnic Tutsi in both North and South Kivu had gone over to the FPR and were actively engaged in the civil war next door, causing suspicions of disloyalty among local politicians. With the capture of power in Rwanda by the FPR in July 1994, followed by the huge flood of Hutu refugees into North Kivu, the stage was set for a major reshuffling of ethnic alliances. From then on, the Hutu-Tutsi split emerged as the critical frame of reference in Kivu politics, only to be supplanted, after the destruction of the camps in 1996, by a growing polarization between Tutsi, the all-encompassing label designating Rwandan Tutsi, descendants of the early migrants to North Kivu, the 59ers, and the long-established Banyamulenge communities of South Kivu and native elements. The turning point came on October 7, 1996, when the South Kivu governor urged all Tutsi to leave the country within a week or face appropriate sanctions. A week later the RPA troops unleashed the full force of their assault on the refugee camps. The 1996 watershed, from Zaire to DRC. The nemesis visited upon the refugee camps radically altered not just the political landscape in eastern Congo, but the fate of the successor state. With the emergence of Laurent Kabila at the head of the AFDL, the stakes were raised far beyond the immediate objective of eliminating the threats posed to Rwanda by armed refugee groups. The aim was to wrestle the Mobutist monster to the ground and make the whole of the Congo safe for Rwanda. The first was achieved with relative ease by Kagame's troops, though at a horrendous cost in refugee lives. The second proved immensely more difficult. Orchestrated by Kagame, assisted by troops from Rwanda, Uganda, and Angola, and applauded by almost every nation on the continent, the AFDL campaign against Mobutu was harnessed to a common will to overthrow dictatorship and prepare the ground for democracy. The Rwandan army played a decisive role in the undoing of Mobutu. 29. There are few parallels for the popular legitimacy of a self-styled revolutionary leader soaring and collapsing in such a brief interval. Laurent Kabila's ineptitude in handling the demands of civil society must be seen as one of the main reasons behind his plummeting popularity in the months following the fall of Kinshasa. Another factor stemmed from his overwhelming military and political dependence on Banyamulenge and Rwandan elements. That Laurent Kabila would not stand as the apostle of democracy was made clear in his inaugural speech, on May 29, 1997. The CNS was ruled out as the basis for a new constitutional order. It belonged to a Mobutist past that had to be rejected completely. So, too, were opposition political parties. If any doubts remained about Kabila's dictatorial dispositions, These were quickly dispelled by the arrest and incarceration of dozens of civil society leaders and journalists in the months following his inauguration. True to his paleo-Marxist nurturing, in 1999 Kabila dissolved the AFDL and established People's Power Committees, PPCs, aimed at giving power to the masses, a thinly veiled attempt to place police informants in strategic positions so as to have opponents arrested. Ominously, on November 14, 1999, he authorized the PPCs to carry weapons, an operation supervised by the People's Self-Defense Force, FAP, a private militia officially said to be an extension of the army. On the eve of the millennium, the DRC had all the earmarks of a police state. Summarizing the parallel with Mobutu's Zaire, Oleg Hankoe, who first rallied to and then promptly defected from the RCD Goma, commented, "Kabila and Mobutu are like Pepsi and Coca-Cola, you can't taste the difference 30. Nor could this Mobutisme sans Mobutu syndrome leave the international community indifferent, least of all the United States." Secretary of State Madeleine Albright's visit to Kinshasa in December 1997 turned out to be a near disaster, as Laurent Kabila took advantage of a press conference to come down hard on the opposition, ending his tirade with a mocking smile and a cynical "Vive la démocratie, 31." Whereas other donors remained equally wary of providing financial assistance, the United Nations became involved in a long and inconclusive struggle with Kabila over the fate of tens of thousands of Hutu refugees allegedly killed by AFDL and Rwandan troops in the course of their exodus. The UN Investigatory Commission headed by Special Rapporteur Roberto Garriton ran into endless problems. Following one complication after another, in March 1998, a year after it had been appointed, the Garriton Commission left Kinshasa, empty-handed. Laurent Kabila's stonewalling could not have made clearer his utter dependence on Kigali. Whatever evidence there is about the circumstances surrounding the massacre of refugees suggests that the RPA was far more involved than the AFDL. In blocking the work of the Commission, Kabila was evidently taking his marching orders from Kigali. If further proof were needed, one could point to the growing influence of certain key Rwandan and Banyamulenge personalities in his entourage: James Kabarebe, Kagame's Army Chief of Staff; Bizima Karaha, the Minister of Foreign Affairs; Deogracius Bujara, the Minister of Presidential Affairs and former Secretary General of the AFDL, and Moise Aragabo, his personal secretary. The last three would eventually surface as key members of the RCD Goma. Nor could one fail to notice the commanding presence in Kinshasa of many Tutsi-looking, Kinyarwanda-speaking elements. As anti-Tutsi feelings intensified in the capital, Kabila could not be seen otherwise than as a stooge of Kagame. As 1997 drew to a close, the choice he faced was either to hang on to his Rwandan protectors and suffer an even greater loss of legitimacy, or to free himself of their embrace and face the consequences. By mid-1998 Kabila had made his choice, and the consequences proved fatal to his regime. The road to hell, the 1998 rebellion and its aftermath. The crunch came on July 27, 1998, with Laurent Kabila's announcement that all foreign troops would be expelled from the DRC. The next day, 6 plane loads of Tutsi and Banyamulenge troops hurriedly flew out of Kinshasa, leaving hundreds of others to their own devices. 32 Meanwhile, hundreds of Tutsi residents of Kinshasa, and not a few Tutsi-looking Africans, were massacred by what was left of Kabila's army and angry mobs of Congolese. By yielding to the mounting anti-Tutsi sentiment, the Congo's new king turned the kingmakers into his bitterest enemies. Kagame's sense of outrage struck a responsive chord among several Congolese opposition figures whose distaste for Kabila exceeded their grievances against the Rwandans. The crisis gave them a unique opportunity to turn the tables on Kinshasa. Like Kabila in 1996, they knew that the road to Kinshasa passed through Kigali. Like Kabila, they quickly realized the need for a homegrown, authentically Congolese vehicle to lend credibility to their plans. Thus the Rassemblement Congolais pour la Démocratie, RCD, came into existence in Kigali on August 16. By then, a full-scale rebellion was already underway in eastern Congo, in Kinshasa, the FAC braced for a decisive confrontation with Kagame's troops. In early August, with an unerring aim for the jugular, Kagame airlifted some 600 troops from Goma to Kitona, a major military air base about 200 kilometers west of Kinshasa. There they joined the local FAC garrison, then undergoing re-education. The key towns of Monda and Matadi were seized almost immediately. By August 17, the huge hydroelectric dam at Inga was under rebel control. By a flick of the switch, Kinshasa was plunged into darkness, and its water supply cut off. Then, precisely when Kinshasa seemed about to cave in, Angola saved the day. On August 22, an estimated 3,500 to 4,000 Angolan troops surged from the Cabinda enclave and with tanks and heavy artillery, attacked Kagame's men from the rear. Fleeing the Angolan assault from the west, on August 26 Kagame's men made a last-ditch effort to seize Kinshasa, only to concede defeat. Despite its setback in the west, the rebellion quickly picked up momentum in the east. After the recapture of Kisangani by the Rwandan army, rebel troops struck out north and west and with the backing of the Ugandan army, took one town after another, Bunia, Buta, Bumba, Isaro, and Akadi. 33 With the fall of Kindu, the capital of the Manyema, on October 12, the rebellion scored a major victory. Besides giving the rebels and their Rwandan allies free access to the mineral resources of the region, the path was now cleared for a further advance south towards Kasongo, Kabalo, Kabinda, and the diamond-rich Kasai province. 1998, a replay of 1996. On the surface, the 1998 rebellion had all the earmarks of a replay of the 1996 anti-Mobutist insurrection. In both instances, the initiative came from Kigali, with the support of Kampala. The points of ignition, logically enough, were Goma and Bukavu, with the Banyamulenge acting as the spearhead of the rebellion. The insurgents had relatively little in common besides their shared aversion to the Kinshasa regime. In 1998, however, Angola switched sides, a critical difference. The key to this decisive turnaround lies in the Angolan Civil War. All too aware of the absolute necessity of retaining Laurent Kabila's support in his fight against Jonas Savimbi's União Nacional para a Independencia Total de Angola, UNITA, and seeking to destroy their rear bases in the DRC, Angolan President Eduardo dos Santos did not hesitate to throw his weight behind Kabila. Had he acted differently, the DRC probably would no longer exist. In 1998, as in 1996, the senior partner in the coalition became the source of enduring hatred among the insurgents, but with different implications. The pattern of alliances stitched together from Kigali was far more fragile than in 1996. In late 1998, thoroughly exasperated by Kigali's efforts to control the RCD, Ernest Wamba Diawamba, an exiled academic of Bakongo origins, decided to set up his own rebel faction, the RCD Bunia, and turn to Uganda for support. Equally distrustful of Rwanda's intentions, a third rebel movement emerged in Equateur Province, the Congo Liberation Movement, CLM, led by Jean-Pierre Mbemba, son of a well-known businessman and former supporter of Mobutu. Seemingly endless factional struggles have since plagued each rebel movement. The most violent, in late 2000, virtually ripped apart the RCD Bunia when a dissident faction led by Mbusa Nyamsi turned against Wemba and forced him to seek refuge in Uganda. Not only has anti-Rwandan sentiment driven a deep wedge between the two wings of the RCD, but also between their external sponsors, Rwanda and Uganda. Competition between their respective clients over access to the Congo's mineral wealth is one of the underlying factors behind the trial of strength between the UPDF and the RPA for control of Kisangani. In August 1999, following an armed confrontation between two RCD factions, Rwandan and Ugandan troops jumped into the fray and for 4 days fought each other tooth and nail on behalf of their respective allies in Kisangani, leaving some 200 soldiers and civilians dead. An even bloodier confrontation erupted in May 2000, and for much the same reasons, resulting in the death of an estimated 1,000 local residents. Many more were left wounded and homeless. The battle for Kisangani is more than a case of external patrons reluctantly drawn into a factional struggle. More than anything else, it reflects a deadly rivalry for the rich deposits of gold, diamonds, and coltan, columbite tantalite ore, used in the manufacture of cell phones, computers, and jet engines, of eastern Congo. Since 1996, the stakes involved in the struggle have changed dramatically. As is now becoming increasingly clear, the security imperative invoked by Kigali in 1996 is of secondary importance to the huge profits drawn by Rwanda and Uganda from the plunder of the Congo's mineral resources. 34 Not all of this wealth ends up lining private pockets. Much of the war effort is in a large part financed by exports from eastern Congo. Except for the Kivu, where violence has remained constant, and constantly horrendous, and the killings of tens of thousands of fleeing Hutu refugees by the RPA, the 1996 insurrection did not involve major bloodshed among Congolese. The same cannot be said of the 1998 rebellion. The cost in human lives remains without precedent. Both sides are responsible for unspeakable atrocities against civilian populations. The slaughter of Tutsi in Kinshasa and Lubumbashi, in the name of what some government-controlled media referred to as the Hamitic threat to Bantu people, has been matched by the innumerable revenge killings committed by Rwandan troops against the civilian communities of North and South Kivu. A major source of violence stems from the incessant attacks launched by the Mai Mai militias against RPA soldiers and their RCD allies, in turn bringing devastating retaliatory strikes against civilians. Cases in point include the massacres in Kasika, South Kivu, in August 1998, when more than 1,000 Congolese were killed at the hands of the RPA or Banyamulenge soldiers, and in Makobola, also in South Kivu, in January 1999, when an estimated 500 villagers were wiped out in similar circumstances. Similar atrocities were reported in Njenje, Kalhi, Kilombo, Luberica, Luberizi, Sidaho, Uvira, Shavunda, Lasenda Lubumba, Lolengwu, Butembo, and Mwenga, where in November 1999, 15 women are said to have been buried alive after being tortured. The overall picture conveyed by Garaton's 1999 report to the UN Human Rights Commission is one of unmitigated horror. Between December 1998 and November 1999, some 35 cases of massacres of civilians were reported as reprisals for Mai Mai attacks against RPA soldiers and/or their RCD allies, causing thousands of casualties, all of which were at first denied by the RCD and later acknowledged as unfortunate mistakes. 35. The Hemalendu tragedy. Just as lethal in its effects is the extension of the Hutu-Tutsi conflict to areas inhabited by populations sharing cultural affinities with Tutsi and Hutu. The most dramatic illustration of the phenomenon occurred in a remote corner of the newly created Kabylie-Ituri province, near Bunia, in June 1999, when violent clashes suddenly erupted between Hema and Lendu, resulting in an estimated 10,000 people killed and over 50,000 displaced. The Hema are pastoralists who have much in common, culturally, with the Tutsi of Rwanda and Burundi, the Banyamulenge of eastern Congo, and the Hima of the Ankali district in Uganda. The Lendu, in contrast, are settled agriculturalists and hunters. Despite long-standing tensions between them, the savagery that has attended recent clashes is unparalleled in their history. The most recent flare-up, in January 2001, transformed the area in and around Bunia into a human abattoir. Graphic descriptions of the atrocities committed by both sides were reported in the press. One observer commented on how the head of a young boy was hacked off and then skewered on the tip of a spear and paraded on the back of a pickup truck while soldiers on the truck sang a soccer song. 36 Although the exact number of lives lost will never be known, there is general agreement that the spark that ignited the killings was a dispute over land in Jugu, involving Hema claims over a farm owned by Lendu. Soon, the conflict took on ominous proportions. According to a humanitarian source, it has now become a conflict over power and money. The presence of various Congolese and foreign armed groups, the easy availability of weapons, the war-ravaged economy, and a rise in ethnic ideology in the area have provided dangerous fodder for the conflict's rapid extension and ferocity. 37 more specific circumstances also played a role, notably the decidedly pro-Hema attitude of the provincial governor, Adel Mugisha, herself a Hema from Ankali. Her ethnic sympathies seem largely responsible for her decision to authorize elements of the UPDF to back local Hema militias in their efforts to drive the Lendu from their land. In addition to its terrible cost in human lives, the Hema-Lendu strife has had a profoundly disruptive impact on the intramural struggle going on within the RCD Bunia. While Wamba Dia Wamba cast his lot with the Lendu, his vice president, John T. Basima, a Hema, and Prime Minister, Mbusa Nyamwisi, Ananda, both tended to support the Hema. After a violent firefight between the rival subfactions, Wamba was hastily summoned to Kampala and urged to resign from the presidency of the movement, thus paving the way for the merger of the Nyamwisi Basima faction with Bimba's MLC, now renamed the Congolese Liberation Front, CLF. Despite the hopes raised by the Hema-Lendu peace accord brokered by the CLF in February 2001, ethnic killings continue unabated through much of the Ituri province. In February 2000, attacks by Lendu militias left 200 people dead and thousands displaced in a Hema village north of Bunia, prompting HRW to urge the UN Secretary-General to immediately send more military and civilian observers to the strife-torn Ituri province, a call that at the time of this writing, March 2002, has yet to be heeded. The Banyamulenge, ethnic cleansing waiting to happen? Next in line on the list of minorities at risk are the Banyamulenge of South Kivu, whose fate, like that of the Hema and Lendu, is deeply intertwined with the politics of foreign-linked factionalism, in this case the RCD Goma. Although the term Banyamulenge is often used indiscriminately to refer to all ethnic Tutsi in North and South Kivu, they form a group apart, whose history is rooted in the mists of pre-colonial history. 38 The date of their migration into the region is a matter of controversy, but most historians would agree that they settled in the high-lying plateau of the Itumwi long before the advent of colonial rule. As such, they have every right to claim Congolese citizenship. Their ethnic profile is Tutsi, their language is Kinyarwanda, their traditional homeland is the Itumwi Plateau, but they all insist, with reason, that their national identity is Congolese. This is what many of their Congolese neighbors contest, arguing that they are Tutsi who recently entered the country from Rwanda and that Rwanda is where they belong. 39. The fight over citizenship rights masks a conflict over memory. Selective memory, or selective forgetting, only serves to harden the edges of ethnic enmities. Each side sees itself as a victim of the other. Central to the collective memory of the Banyamulenge is the story of their pre-colonial migrations, a well-established historical fact that their Congolese opponents strenuously contest. While the latter reproach them for their involvement on the side of Kinshasa during the 1964 Mule List Rebellion, the Banyamulenge retort that they initially joined forces with the rebels and only switched sides after seeing their cattle stolen and slaughtered to feed the rebel army. 40 When reviled for sending their young men to fight with the FPR as early as 1981, they argue that they had few other choices given that they were treated as foreign interlopers in their own land and denied citizenship rights. When questioned about their involvement in the destruction of refugee camps in South Kivu in late 1996 and their subsequent rallying to the AFDL, they are quick to respond that they were pushed into the arms of the Rwandans by the threats posed to their people. Few indeed have forgotten the withering verbal attacks of the Uvira Zone Commissioner, Shwika Mutabeza, in July 1996, encouraging the authentic Congolese to hunt down the Banyamulenge snake. Nor have they forgotten the request of a leading human rights group ironically labeled the Collectif d'Actions pour le Développement de Droits de l'Homme, CADOM, to the governor of South Kivu to expel as quickly as possible these Rwandan immigrants who show no respect for the laws and authorities of this country. But if anything is forever etched in their collective memory, it is the wanton killing of hundreds of Banyamulenge in Kinshasa and Lubumbashi in the wake of the 1998 war, when the Kabila government declared open season on them. For many of their enemies, however, the one layer of memory that eclipses all others is the auxiliary role played by the Banyamulenge in making the Kivu a colony of Rwanda. While grappling with a past that evokes conflict and hatred on both sides, the Banyamulenge are faced with hard choices, either to cast their lot with the RCD Goma and enjoy the continued protection of the RPA or to distance themselves from both in the interest of national reconciliation. Several leading Banyamulenge leaders have chosen the first option, notably Azarias Riberwe, currently Secretary General of the RCD Goma, and Bizima Karaha, serving as Minister of the Interior. Others, arguing that they have been all along instrumentalized by Rwanda, insist that there is no other solution to the Kivu crisis than to combat Rwandan expansionism and seek a modus vivendi with the people of the Kivu, North and South. This is the position taken by Manas Ruimbika, aka Muller, head of the FRF. Founded in Uvira in January 2000, the FRF summed up its key objective in a letter of January 20, 2000, to the UN Secretary-General, in the face of this double-threat extermination by the Kabila government or instrumentalization by the allies of the RCD Goma. The Congolese Tutsi, in concert with other peace-loving Congolese, have taken the decision to organize themselves into a movement, collective, designed to negotiate a peace agreement in eastern Congo between the Congolese Tutsi and their neighbors. 41 Since then Banyamulenge politics have become more complex, with the emergence of a guerrilla movement in the Itumwi led by a certain Mason Zhu, determined to hold his ground against both the RCD Goma and the Rwandans. The net result of the leadership crisis faced by the Banyamulenge has been to split their movement into a host of warring factions. The dilemma facing the Banyamulenge remains unchanged, however, if and when the Rwandan occupying forces are withdrawn from eastern Congo. A key objective of the Lusaka Accords: what are the guarantees that they will not be the target of a wholesale massacre by the self-styled authentic Congolese, or that they will not be forcefully expelled to Rwanda? There is little question that the overwhelming dependence of the RCD Goma on Rwanda has been the source of major discord among the Banyamulenge, but what is one to make of Rwanda's argument that they are the only safety net available to their kinsmen in North and South Kivu? Managing conflict within their respective client factions is a burden which both Kagame and President Yoweri Museveni must bear, and so far neither can claim much success. The same could be said of Laurent Kabila, as he vainly tried to impart some degree of internal cohesion and coordination to a congeries of semi-autonomous satellites, Mai warlords, Interahamwe bands, and FDD militias, while at the same time fending off plots, real or imagined, within his own politico-military apparatus. In the end, Kabila failed on both counts. What is beyond dispute is that in his 3.5 years in office, Laurent Kabila outdid Mobutu in taking his country into the abyss. Measured by the familiar yardsticks of the Mobutu dictatorship: extreme personalization of power and nepotism, corruption and rent-seeking, neglect of public services, and indifference to the demands of the civil society, his performance is arguably even worse than that of his predecessor. Although Mobutu must bear full responsibility for sponsoring the collapse of the state, Laurent Kabila's ineptitude is what precipitated its dismemberment. Whereas Mobutu refused to share power while resisting the breakup of the state, Laurent Kabila preferred sharing the country to sharing power. 42 His early aura of legitimacy as the man who toppled Mobutu was mortgaged at the outset by his heavy dependence on his Rwandan backers, but this factor is not enough to explain his inability to build up the power base required to challenge his former allies. At no time was a serious attempt made to come to terms with the opposition, give voice to the civil society, reorganize the army into a viable fighting force, or reallocate the country's resources with an eye to the crying needs of the rural sectors. His style of governance was that of a warlord, not of a statesman, reminiscent in many ways of the methods of leadership he practiced as a militia leader in Fiza Baraka or while running his many Tanzanian businesses. 43 For all his avowed enmity to the Mobutist dictatorship, Laurent Kabila's ramshackle regime was an institutional clone of its predecessor. Enter Kabila Fils. Despite widespread discontent with his rule, Kabila's regime is not threatened by internal unrest, or even a coup. 44 Less than a month after the publication of this upbeat assessment in an otherwise excellent report by the ICG, Laurent Kabila was shot dead by one of the child soldiers, Kadogo, in charge of his security. The exact circumstances of the assassination are still murky. What were the assassin's motives? Was the hand that pulled the trigger guided by Angolans? If so, why? What is the connection between Laurent Kabila's order to execute Moussa Nindiga, one of his key lieutenants in the Katanga, on November 27, 2000 and the Kadogo's bullet? One can only venture the most tentative answers. The most plausible hypothesis points to a convergence of two separate sets of factors. The decision to eliminate Kabila most probably came from Dos Santos or his chief of staff, General Iago Baptista de Matos. According to a well-informed source, the Kadogo, one of several involved in the assassination, was the instrument chosen by the Angolans. 45 But compliance would not have been forthcoming had it not been for Laurent Kabila's callous indifference to the Kadoga's fate while fighting the RPA and its domestic allies. In brief, the Kadogas and the Angolans had different sets of grievances, yet they both converged on the same target. The growing frustration of the Angolans stemmed in part from the extraordinary inefficiency of the Laurent Kabila establishment in getting its act together on the battlefield and in building a viable power base in Kinshasa. Nepotism and corruption were another source of disillusion. The last straw came when Dos Santos realized that Laurent Kabila was conniving with UNITA rebels via a group of Lebanese intermediaries based in Kinshasa in channeling into his hands the benefits of illicit trade in diamonds. This realization in turn explained the gunning down, gangland style, of the 11 Lebanese involved in the diamond deals, along with their immediate relatives, in the days immediately following Kabila's assassination. The order to kill the Lebanese came from Colonel Eddie Kapend, Kabila's aide-de-camp, these confirming his pro-Angolan leanings. Alunda from the Katanga, like General Ifnaush, Kapend was seen by the Angolans as their safest ally in their fight against Movimento Popular de Libertação de Angola, MPLA, penetration into the Katanga. Significantly, Kapend and Yaf are now in jail, a move suggestive of Joseph Kabila's determination to resist manipulation by the Angolans. The Kadogas' unhappiness with Kabila is easy to understand: poorly trained, poorly fed, and seldom paid. Most of them were used as cannon fodder against Rwanda's crack units in the Katanga. Hundreds were killed while fighting RPA and RCD soldiers on the Eastern Front. Many felt outraged upon learning of the execution of their beloved patron, Moussa Nindiga, in November 2000 near Puito, Katanga. Kabila's first chief of staff and former leader of the Mouvement Révolutionnaire pour la Libération du Congo, MRLC, and one of the four original parties that formed the AFDL, Nindiga was from the Kivu region. Like the vast majority of the Kadogas, his father was a Mushi and his mother a Munyamulenge. His political credentials notwithstanding, his maternal ties were enough to raise doubts about his loyalty to the AFDL, and in November 1997, Kabila had him arrested. He was not released until April 2000 after an amnesty was declared. Once again suspected of conniving with the Tutsi enemy, he was arrested and executed on November 27, 2000, on the eve of the Puito battle, which saw the routing of Laurent Kabila's army at the hands of the RPA and RCD troops and the flight of an estimated 10,000 Kadogas into Zambia. Although the succession leaves many important items of contention unresolved, so far the performance of Kabila feels is not nearly so negative as had been initially foreseen. No sooner was the new incumbent anointed than the strongest doubts were expressed within and outside the Congo about his ability to lead his country out of the mess inherited from his father. Commentators pointed to his youth, his lack of experience, his poor French, and his unfamiliarity with the arcane politics of Kinshasa, all of which presumably disqualified him for the job. 46 Nonetheless, his achievements, modest as they are, call for a more nuanced assessment. Where his father made a mockery of the Lusaka Accords, consistently resisted calls to negotiate with the rebels and their allies, and heaped scorn on the unappointed facilitator, Joseph Kabila has shown himself surprisingly receptive to their implementation. Moussa was called back to the Congo, the ban on political parties was lifted, preparations are underway for a national dialogue, and as a significant sign of goodwill, Kagame and Museveni began to pull back their troops. Furthermore, the impression Joseph Kabila has made on his interlocutors during visits to European capitals and Washington has been generally favorable. More importantly, he has made every effort to distance himself from the old guard politicians surrounding his father, as well as from his Angolan allies. Nonetheless, one can hardly overlook the constraints imposed by his father's legacy on his ability to reconstruct the Congolese state. The troubled circumstances of Joseph Kabila's rise to power throw into stark relief two obvious handicaps: his dependence on external patrons, especially Angola, and the collapse of his army. In the absence of an army worthy of the name, reliance on Angolan and Zimbabwean troops is his only option. The price to be paid is a continued abdication of his sovereignty, not only because of the limits thus placed on his strategic options, but because it provides justification for the presence of Rwandan and Ugandan troops in eastern Congo. Withdrawal is a two-way street, and there is little evidence that the limited pullback of Rwandan and Uganda troops was matched by similar moves by his allies. The Kadogo factor raises other problems. Besides being a metaphor for the appalling inefficiency of the Congolese army, it could also become a synonym for further unrest. With tens of thousands of child soldiers left to their own devices, most of them thoroughly disillusioned, when not facing starvation and death, the prospect of a massive influx of Kadogos back to their home provinces, North and South Kivu, and into the Mai nets is by no means to be excluded. Were the Kadogos shift of allegiance to materialize on a substantial scale, the result would be to ratchet up the threats posed to Rwanda and give Kagame further reasons for maintaining a military presence in eastern Congo. Yet security is not the only reason for the occupation of North and South Kivu. The enormous profits derived from the exploitation of the region's mineral wealth, and the variety of interested parties on the receiving end of the line, are not the least of the obstacles in the way of the implementation of the Lusaka Accords. The continuation of economics by other means. Keynes' twist on the Clausewitzian aphorism focuses attention on the relationship between violence and economics, between the vicious struggle going on among parties to the conflict as they try to extract maximum benefits from the Congo's mineral resources, and on the role of foreign buyers overseas. 47. Consider the following incident, one among many never reported in the media. On November 7, 2000, a group of Mai commandeered a Ugandan pickup truck loaded with $70,000 worth of coltan coming from Mangurdhapa, a small locality in the northeast of the DRC near the Ugandan border. The following day a group of UPDF soldiers, accompanied by a tank, was sent to neighboring villages in hope of recovering the loot. As they came to Kaikara, where a wedding was taking place, they opened fire on the assembled crowd near the church, killing 17. One house nearby was set on fire, while others were emptied of all furniture. A total of 13 people were reported burned to death. A number of villagers, including women and children, were taken prisoners and sent to jail in Rugenda. 30 people, including 3 Mai, were said to have been killed. 48. The killings in Kaikara are cruelly emblematic of what Jackson describes as the perniciously symbiotic relationship between economic activity and violence. As he observes, violence provides the cover for the economic exploitation of the Kivus by elites at home and in neighboring Rwanda. In turn, part of the massive economic profits underwrites the violence of the actors. 49. The incident also raises important questions about other foreign participants, unknown to the people of Kaikara. Rwandan and Ugandan invaders would have few stakes in the conflict, were it not for the willingness of Western corporate interests to act as their business partners, or better still, as their partners in crime. A complex chain of transactions and intermediaries linked the local diamond and coltan miners to trading posts in Kisangani, Goma, and Bukavu, and from Kigali and Kampala to foreign business interests in Europe and the United States. The last play a dominant role in channeling profits into African hands. Rwanda, not exactly known for its diamond production, now has several diamond marketing agencies, comptoirs. Uganda, likewise, has exported millions of dollars worth of gems in the last few years. Museveni's half-brother, General Salim Saleh, has a major stake in the weekly shipment of gold from the Office de Mines d'Or de Kilomoto and the Société Minière et Industrielle du Kivu, Sominki. According to one eyewitness account, in Kilomoto the Ugandans have kicked out all Congolese. Every Tuesday and Friday a Ugandan jet lands in Durba and takes the loot to Kampala. 50 Nor are Rwanda and Uganda the worst offenders. Zimbabwe is deeply involved in the same sort of transactions. Particularly damning are the findings of the 2001 UN report on the illegal exploitation of natural resources in the DRC. 51 The report laid to rest the notion of security imperatives as the sole or primary reason for the presence of RPA and UPDF forces in the Congo. In a wealth of information collected in the course of an extended visit to Eastern Congo, Rwanda, and Uganda, the authors conclusively implicated top-ranking officers from Rwanda and Uganda in the looting of natural resources, the huge profits derived by their respective client factions in the Congo, and the deep involvement of Western and non-Western corporate interests in the export of coltan and other commodities, including timber, ivory, gold, diamonds, and coffee. The same report describes Presidents Kagame and Museveni as the godfathers of the illegal exploitation of natural resources and the continuation of the conflict in the DRC. 52 It draws attention to the close ties between the Rwandan president and the business community operating in the DRC, the army, and the structures involved in the illegal activities. In 18 months, Rwanda is estimated to have made $250 million in profits from the export of coltan alone. As for Museveni, when he appoints the very people who carry out criminal activities, and when his family members get away with criminal activities, it becomes overwhelming that the president has put himself in the position of accomplice. The subaltern individual actors identified as playing a crucial role in providing support, entertaining networks, or facilitating the exploitation of natural resources include, on the Uganda side, Museveni's brother, Salim Saleh, Saleh's wife, General James Kazini, former Chief of Staff of the UPDF, and Colonel Takama Nyair. On Rwanda's side, the names most frequently mentioned are those of Colonel James Kabarebe, former Chief of Staff of the RPA, Tiberi Ruhagiro, a key member of the RPF, and Aziza Kulsumgulamali, described as a unique case, in part because of her uncanny ability to survive the shifting sands of factional realignments. After serving as a major business partner of the FDD, the Burundi-based Hutu rebel faction, she is now heavily involved in coltan, gold, and ivory trafficking on behalf of the Rwandans and their RCD ally in Goma. The importance of these facilitators cannot be overemphasized. Through their close personal contacts with the leadership of the Congolese rebellions, they act as the privileged intermediaries between the local factions and their external patrons. Many are major shareholders in the companies created to siphon off mineral and timber resources. A case in point is the Victoria Group, owned by Museveni's son, Muhoozi Kainerugaba, and Museveni's sister-in-law, Jovia Akondwanaho. The group deals in diamonds, gold, and coffee, has buyers in every major locality in the Oriental province, and pays taxes to Bimba's MLC. Or take the case of Trinity, described as a fictitious company and a conglomerate of various businesses owned by Salim Saleh and his wife. The manager of the company is none other than Atniit Basima, second vice president of the RCDML. A similar pattern emerges on the Rwandan side. Rwanda Metals and Grand Lacs Metals both deal in coltan, both have close ties to the RPA, and their shareholders include RPA officers, as well as RCD politicians. A myriad of small companies were created and their shareholders are invariably powerful individuals in the Rwandan nomenclatura or RCD structures. Where Rwanda differs from Uganda is in the closer integration of its business interests with its client faction in eastern Congo and the presence of a financial bridge between them and the Kigali-based Banque du Commerce, du Développement et de l'Industrie, BCDI. This financial bridge is statutory, indeed. The RCD statute indirectly recognizes the role of Rwanda in overseeing the finances of the movement and its participation in decision-making and control/audit of finances. 53. Though receiving less attention than Uganda or Rwanda, Zimbabwe's participation in the looting is amply chronicled. Much of Mugabe's war effort is sustained by the profits derived from mining concessions and joint ventures with Congolese companies. Among Zimbabwean companies doing business in the Congo, pride of place goes to the state-owned Zimbabwe Defense Industries, ZDI, run by retired military officers and party officials, and Zivanavishe Investment, a holding company owned by Maj. Gen. Vitalis Zivanavishe, the head of Zimbabwe's military and commander of the joint Southern African forces fighting in the Congo. 54 A major source of profit for the Zimbabweans is the copper parastatal, General de Carriers et de Mines, GICA Mines, now managed by Zimbabweans. Another is Société Minière de Bakwanga, MIBA, which holds a virtual monopoly on diamond extraction in the Kasai. To procure Zimbabwe's military support, a large portion of the GICA Mines mining rights were transferred to a Zimbabwean company, Ridgepoint, without compensation. In a similar arrangement, diamond mining concessions were transferred from MIBA to the Zimbabwean Defense Forces, ZDF, until it became apparent that the recipient did not have the required capital or technical skills to draw maximum advantage from the deal. It was at this point that the controversial mining startup, Oryx Zimcom, with a $1 billion, 25-year concession in the DRC, entered into a joint venture with Cosleg, a Zimbabwean company, and MIBA to provide the needed expertise. 55 The pattern that emerges from these transactions is one of a tight imbrication of private and corporate interests, with the major shareholders in Cosleg being none other than top-ranking Zimbabwean army men and politicians. As of July 2000, as many as 500 Zimbabwean companies were said to operate in the DRC as a result of insider deals between Mugabe and Kabila. Not the least significant of the findings of the UN report is the active participation of Western and non-Western corporate interests in the import of the Congo's mineral wealth. Out of a sample of 34 companies importing minerals from the DRC, 13 are based in Belgium, 5 in Germany, another 5 in Holland, 2 in Great Britain, 1 in Russia, 1 in India, and another in Malaysia. Reflecting on such unprecedented plundering of the Congo's wealth, one commentator wrote, "The Congo has become a carcass being chewed at by its elite and its neighbors. They have looted and sold its natural resources on a scale without precedent. This, with the direct or tacit complicity of pious governments and corporations around the world." 56. If the presence of foreign armies in the DRC brings to mind the soldier without border phenomenon, its counterpart is the smuggler, for whom borders are a necessary condition of trade. Secret shipments of arms to the region come from many sources, some in South Africa, others from as far as Bulgaria, described by one observer as the arms bazaar for rebels and terrorist organizations of every political, ethnic, and religious persuasion, including the Hutu militia who were responsible for mass killings in Rwanda. 57 Whereas the Bulgarian state marketing agency, Kintex, along with the country's largest arms manufacturer, Arsenal, are reported to have sold weapons to Hutu militias. Much of Joseph Kabila's military hardware comes from ZDI. In short, much of the DRC has become a free trade area for arms merchants, drug traffickers, gold and diamond smuggling, and plain thugs, transforming the region into a prime example of a criminalized economy. 58. The essence of failure. Victims of their own wealth is the title of a recent Canadian newspaper article on the war in the DRC. 59 Suggestive as it is, greed is not the only force driving local factions to turn against each other. Despair is the price paid by the Congolese for the greed of their neighbors. None of the huge profits extracted from the Congo is plowed back into the local economy. The result has been the utter collapse of infrastructures and the near evaporation of social services. The school system is in a shambles, and the few schools that still operate are hardly enough to meet the growing demand for education or professional training. As Gar-Eaton reported in 1999, in Kisangani schools are open only a few days a week, while other have been closed. School enrollment has declined to alarming levels, and since students cannot be reunited with their families, some have ended up joining the army. 60. For younger generations of Congolese, joining one Mai Mai faction or other offers the only hope of salvation. The phenomenon lies at the heart of factional violence sweeping across North and South Kivu. As Villasin-Root showed, the social marginalization of youth is the single most important underlying factor behind the proliferation of armed militias collectively referred to as Mai-61. While there can be no doubt about their intense hatred of the foreign invader, the youth's willingness to engage in factional violence must be seen as a rational option where professional chances are almost nil. Confronted with a situation where traditional safety nets have disintegrated, and in the absence of meaningful employment alternatives, joining the Mai becomes a viable employment option. Analyzing the circumstances that led to the flowering of the militias, Villasin-Root traces their birth to the emergence of marginalized youngsters and school dropouts who formed groups of underage combatants acting against every representative of modern political authority. Whether named Kasendians, Bangi Lima, Ketuku, Battery, Simba, or Mai, he writes, these are nothing more than different names for the same phenomenon. 62 They are the political expression of a diffuse sense of hopelessness in the face of social and economic circumstances that are totally beyond their control. For many, recourse to magic is the only source of psychic reassurance. Belief in their own invulnerability, through the intercession of witch doctors, provides the clearest symbolic link to their 1964-65 Mai predecessors. Like the Mai of the Mule List Rebellion, their strategies are dictated by short-term interests, and so, also, their tactical alliances. All share the conviction that they owe their misery to the invasion of their country by foreign armies. The conditions created by looting Kivu's economy drives them to seek redemption in violence. The perverse effects of the global economy have summoned back into existence some of the most intractable forces encountered in the continent, warlordism fueled by immiseration and xenophobia. What paths to reconstruction? As if driven by a desire to avoid his father's mistakes, Kabila the Younger did more in his first 6 months to move the peace process forward than Kabila, the Elder, did in 3 years. Although the full implementation of the Lusaka Accords is still distant, on several key issues substantial progress has been registered. The principle of an inter-Congolese dialogue has been accepted, along with Massair's presence in Kinshasa. In a move that goes far beyond the terms of the Lusaka Accords, Rwanda pulled back its troops some 125 miles from its frontline position at Pwito, Katanga. Uganda followed suit, withdrawing some 1,500 troops from Buta, Oriental province, in the north. Meanwhile, the UN mission in the Congo, MONUC, deployed some 3,000 peacekeepers in the buffer zone separating the combatants. Further contributing to the relaxation of tension was Joseph Kabila's stated willingness to give serious attention to Rwanda's security concerns. Between the revival of the Lusaka Accords and the reconstitution of Congolese statehood lies a huge distance and some formidable hurdles: the restoration of a legitimate government, the reassertion of Congolese sovereignty, and the reconstruction of a disciplined and efficient military. All three are closely interrelated. None can be resolved without peace, yet the terms on which peace is arrived at will spell the difference between success and failure. For Lusaka to succeed, the process must begin with a ceasefire agreement, continue with the concomitant withdrawal of all foreign troops and the deployment of UN peacekeepers, move on to the disarmament of negative forces, i.e., Interahamwe and Mai, and reach its conclusion with the installation of a transitional government brought into existence through an inter-Congolese dialogue. The logic of this scenario, compelling as it is, makes unduly short shrift of the realities on the ground. Neither Kinshasa nor the UN have the capacity to bring the negative forces under control, and as long as Kigali can legitimately claim that they pose a threat to its security, their presence in the Kivu serves as a convenient pretext for the continuation of war by other means. The same is true of Uganda, even though the threat posed by the Alliance of Democratic Forces, ADF, to its security is benign compared to the Mai and Interahamwe. Although Angola and Zimbabwe both derive substantial material benefits from their involvement, for Luanda, strategic considerations are rather more significant. Given the obstacles in the way of restoring territorial sovereignty, one must give serious consideration to the alternative path explored by Herbst, the desertification of the Congolese state through a redrawing of its geographical boundaries. 63 Concretely, doing so would translate into the international recognition of new territorial entities, corresponding roughly to the areas presently under the control of rebel and foreign forces. North and South Kivu would thus become a separate state, and the broad swathe of territory, running from Bunia in the east to Gbadolite in the west, would form another independent entity. The Congo would thus morph into 3 states, or possibly 4 if the Bunia-based RCD decided to go it alone. Whether the breakaway states would provide a more appropriate formula for resolving the Congo's woes is very doubtful, however. To begin with, none of the domestic rebel factions are willing to settle for less than the capture of power in Kinshasa. Secession is simply not part of their agendas, at least for the time being. Furthermore, as far as Eastern Congo is concerned, Rwanda would not be prepared to recognize the breakaway state unless it had the option to exercise substantial military and economic control over the area, a situation likely to arouse the fiercest opposition not only from native Congolese but from a great many Banyamulenge, who feel that they have been instrumentalized by Rwanda. Another major drawback is that the creation of smaller state systems does not in itself guarantee internal harmony. The shrinking of political arenas may do little more than displace the focus of conflict without enhancing the mediating capacity of the breakaway state, or it may create new sources of tension between pro- and anti-secessionist forces. Herbst's contention that it is hard to see that the creation of smaller units is inherently bad is not inherently wrong. In the case of the Congo, however, it is less than ideal. Not out of reverence for the old Belgian slogan Congo Uni, Congo Fort, but because of the potential for renewed conflict that such an arrangement would create, the intense rivalries likely to arise over the hoarding of the Congo's wealth by the richest states, North and South Kivu, and because of the likelihood of continued hegemony by Rwanda, and possibly Uganda, over the newly created states. There is no magic formula for the reconstruction of a Congo state, only tentative, piecemeal measures, designed to limit the costs of anarchy and facilitate the step-by-step implementation of the Lusaka Accords. For all its drawbacks, Lusaka offered the most hopeful solution. Yet, to become reality, the Accords needed strong support from the international community. Such support recognized that a proper sequencing of initiatives is of crucial importance if they are to be workable, that nothing constructive can be accomplished unless a modicum of peace is achieved, and that peace in turn requires a far heavier investment in the deployment of peacekeepers, as well as the strongest pressures upon international and non-state actors to induce compliance with the peace process. There are also lessons to be learned from the past. After the near disintegration of the Congolese state in 1965, the recipe for reconstruction included 3 major ingredients: a. The appointment of a strongman at the helm, b. Massive infusions of financial and technical assistance, and c. The reorganization of the armed forces. Although the strongman turned out to be an unmitigated disaster for the country, there is little question about Mobutu's role in restoring stability. But as history demonstrates only too well, long-term stability requires legitimacy, and this is even more true today than in the 1960s. The immediate priority in today's Congo is the reconstitution of a legitimate state system within the limits of its present boundaries. Only then can one envisage moving on to the next stages, namely, the reassertion of territorial sovereignty, the creation of a viable military force, the neutralization of negative forces, and the expansion of political participation. Only the wildest optimist would pretend that peace is around the corner. Deep and lasting hatreds have been sown among the people of the Congo toward foreign invaders and their domestic allies, and these suspicions will not go away any time soon. Nor will the potential for a resumption of hostilities vanish overnight. Chapter 15. The Tunnel at the End of the Light. For those of us old enough to remember what in the 1960s was known as the Congo Crisis, soon to become the Endless Crisis, the tragic singularity of the present conjuncture is perhaps less apparent than some of the contributions to this volume might suggest. No one who lived through the agonies of the Congo's improvised leap into independence followed by the swift collapse of the successor state and the breakup of the country into warring fragments can fail to note the analogy with the dismemberment of the Mobutist state in the wake of the 1998 Civil War. Then as now, the former Belgian colony was faced with a crisis of stateness of huge proportions. The challenges confronting the international community today are in a sense remarkably similar to what they were in the early 1960s, a. How to reconstruct a broken-backed polity, b. How to rebuild an army reduced to a rabble by the emergence of armed factions, and c. How to revitalize basic human services and ensure a minimum of security and economic self-sustenance. In short, how to restore the legitimacy, territorial integrity, and internal sovereignty of the state. These are the daunting challenges facing the international community. This is not meant to suggest that history repeats itself, only that historical perspectives can offer important clues to an understanding of the present. A legacy of exceptionality. There is no need to invoke Heart of Darkness to acknowledge the enduring legacy of the Congo's historical exceptionality. The latter, according to James Coleman and Ndelam Ngokwe, is insistently defined by superlatives. Few other countries have suffered a pre-colonial capitalist exploitation so harsh, predatory, socially disorganizing, and unrestrained, a colonial system of bureaucratic authoritarianism so massive, deeply penetrative, paternalistic, and insulated from external monitoring, a democratic experiment immediately before independence of such fleeting brevity and politicized ethnicity, an indigenous leadership so denied of experience and unprepared for independence, an imperial evacuation so precipitate and ill-planned, an initial post-colonial period of such Hobbesian chaos, secessionism, and external manipulation, and the subsequent post-colonial agony of a protracted and seemingly interminable personalistic and patrimonial autocracy by one of Africa's most durable presidential monarchs. 1. To this litany of woes must be added the staggering human losses recorded by the International Rescue Committee. Since 1998 an estimated 3 million lives have been wiped out, which in comparative terms is roughly the equivalent of the casualties sustained on September 11 on a daily basis for 3 consecutive years. Reflecting on the Congo disaster, Colin Legum observed in 1960, twice in its recent history in the 1880s and again in 1960 the Congo became a threat to world peace. It is obviously a country to watch. 2. Where the current crisis differs from its immediate post-independence antecedent is that it no longer poses a threat to world peace, only to the people of the Congo. In the early 1960s, the United States and Belgium did indeed keep a close watch on developments in the Congo, to the point of being complicit in the murder of Patrice Lumumba, then seen as the most threatening vector of Soviet penetration into the heart of the continent. Cold War responses to the Mule List insurgency of 1964-65, when nearly half of the country ended in rebel hands, ensured the swift reconstruction of the Congolese state under the auspices of Western patrons. Had it not been for the timely intervention of South African and European mercenaries and the bombing missions flown by Cuban pilots in the pay of the CIA, Mobutu's second coming on November 25, 1965 might not have materialized. With the end of the Cold War, the huge mineral resources of the Congo ceased to be seen as a major stake in East-West rivalries, and for a while, a light was seen to flicker at the end of the tunnel. But Zaire's intransitive transition, as Gauthier de Villers and Jean-Omé Sambo-Chanda explained, soon dispelled all illusions about the likelihood of a quick exit. For some 30 years, Cold War priorities helped consolidate the grip of Mobutu's dictatorship. Its termination, in the wake of the Rwanda-sponsored AFDL crusade, transformed the Mobutu or chaos alternative into a self-fulfilling prophecy. The chaos scenario was by no means foreordained, however. It was the unintended consequence of the strategic options that framed U.S. policies for over 30 years. As Michael Schatzberg prophetically warned some 12 years ago, it was the unshakable conviction of U.S. policymakers that there was simply no alternative to supporting Mobutu that made it happen. Paradoxically, by supporting uncritically Mobutu's rule and affirming his indispensability, U.S. policy is contributing to the chaos it has always sought to avoid. The real threat to tranquility in Central Africa is neither the Libyans in the north nor the Cubans in the south, but the inherent instability of Mobutu's tyranny. For even as late as 1991, when the National Sovereign Conference got underway, there was little indication of a change of heart in Foggy Bottom. As the unrepentant Chester Crocker told Michela Wrong, if we had tried to attach 1990s governance conditionalities to Mobutu, we would have been calling for his overthrow. 1 wonders in retrospect whether Mobutu's overthrow by governance conditionalities, assuming that such a scenario could not be avoided, would have had more disastrous consequences for the people of the Congo than his violent ouster by a coalition of insurgents led by the Rwandan army. Foreign-linked clientelism. Today's crisis unfolds in a radically different international context. At stake are the strategic, political, and economic interests of 5 African countries, namely, Rwanda, Uganda, Burundi, Angola, and Zimbabwe, each seeking to draw maximum advantage from the near collapse of the Congo state, and this with the direct or tacit complicity of local actors. The complex texture of the crisis, involving shifting alliances and conflicting agendas, are nowhere more brilliantly dissected than in Philip Rentgen's classic work on the war in the Great Lakes, appropriately subtitled Alliances Movantes etc. Let's extraterritorials. 61 is tempted to see a geopolitical schadenfreude, to use Michael Hirsch's phrase, in the ruthlessness with which the Congo's failed state syndrome is being exploited by its neighbors. 7 As one observer tersely put it, the Congo has become a carcass being chewed at by its elite and its neighbors. 8 But as the chapters in this book demonstrate, the metaphor hardly does justice to the convoluted dynamic at work in the current drama. The sheer number of political actors involved, domestic and foreign, together with the fluidity of the regional political fields and the seemingly endless proliferation of factions generated by the constant recalculation of costs and benefits adds up to a picture of staggering complexity. A key factor behind the disintegration of the Congolese state lies in the convergence of short-term interests between different sets of Congolese politicians and their foreign allies, in short, in foreign-linked clientelism. The key players are well known. The dominant faction in the east, the RCD, is heavily dependent on Rwanda militarily, and Rwanda, in turn, uses the RCD as the spearhead of its economic and political penetration in eastern Congo. The MLC, while casting about for a rapprochement with Kinshasa, has yet to sever its ties with Uganda, and many of the smaller factions operating in the northeast can best be described as satellites of Kampala. As for the Kabila government, there can be little question about the crucial role played by Angola and Zimbabwe in ensuring its security or, for that matter, about the handsome dividends, economic and strategic, reaped by each state in return for their military presence on the ground. But this only tells part of the story. Managing patron-client ties is a complicated task, all the more so in situations of chronic conflict and violence, and where presumptive patrons are competing with each other for the allegiance of local clients. Perceptions of costs and benefits are by no means fixed once and for all. Today's loyal clients may end up being tomorrow's enemies. A mutually profitable relation may suddenly dissolve into factional dissidence or worse. The seemingly endless defections suffered by the RCD speak volumes for the inherent fickleness of client networks. Of the 50 original founding members, only 20 are still formally affiliated with the movement. For the most recent and dramatic illustration of the phenomenon, one only needs to turn to Kohn v. Lassenroot's painstaking analysis of the internal tensions that have plagued the relations between the Banyamulenge and the RCD leadership, and among different Banyamulenge leaders, culminating in the dissidence of the Masonzu faction and the joint intervention of the RPA and RCD troops. 9. Changing partnerships. The case of the Banyamulenge brings into focus just how fragile local alliances can be when the demands made by the senior partner exceed the benefits expected by client factions. At the root of many Banyamulenge's unhappiness with their Rwandan ally is the strong suspicion that they have been instrumentalized by Kigali, that the price they paid in fighting Kabila's troops in 1998 far exceeded the rewards to which they felt entitled. It is hard to imagine, in the light of the violent confrontations that took place in 1999 and early 2002 between RPA soldiers and Banyamulenge, that the latter were Kigali's closest ally in 1997 and 1998. The sense of frustration shared by many Banyamulenge must be seen against the background of the changes taking place on the ground. Back in 1996-97, faced with repeated threats from local Mobutist politicians, they needed little prodding to join the Rwandans and their AFDL allies in their fight against Mobutu. From 1998 onward, however, their growing resentment of the Rwandan tutelage, coupled with Kigali's insistent demands that they leave their traditional homelands in South Kivu and return to Rwanda en masse, fundamentally altered the terms of the partnership. If fluidity and fragmentation are indeed key characteristics of the Banyamulenge political field, this is also true of the Mai-Mai militias of North and South Kivu, with much the same adverse consequences for the presumptive patron, in this case Kinshasa. Ironically, precisely when a major anti-Rwandan dissidence erupted among the Banyamulenge in 2002, a similar phenomenon, albeit on a much lesser scale, was taking place among the Mai-Mai, with some factions turning against Kabila to join the RCD, others joining hands with Masons as rebels. Here again the context is the key. As preparations for the Inter-Congolese Dialogue, ICD, got underway, and with the RCD eager to meet the demands of the civil society on its own terms, some Mai-Mai warlords did not hesitate to cut a deal with their former enemy. The Congolese version of Jean-François Bayart's Elitarisme is conspicuous for its inability to effectively control its offshoots. 10 The farther away from the capital, the weaker the networks, and the more complicated the brokerage between the Kinshasa-based patron and its provincial clients. And the same is true, of course, of the clientelistic links reaching out from Kampala and Kigali to the rebel factions in the Ituri, Oriental, and Kivu provinces. The RCD, Kigali's most faithful client in North and South Kivu, appears to have lost what little legitimacy it may have enjoyed. The movement is currently split into 6 breakaway factions. 11 The Rwandan loyalists, RCD Goma, meanwhile, continue to be the target of unmitigated hatred on the part of many Congolese, including a substantial segment of the Banyamulenge community. Factionalism and ethnicity. Factionalism cuts across ethnicity, but ethnic loyalties or sub-loyalties persist through the thick and thin of factional struggles and are often manipulated for political advantage. Their overlap adds another element of complexity to power equations. A useful point of entry into this conceptual minefield is Crawford Young's characterization of ethnicity as a subjective and contextually shifting phenomenon. 12 Only by taking into account the dramatic changes in the regional context can one begin to understand the sudden eruption of ethnic hatreds at specific historical moments, most prominently in the aftermath of the Rwanda genocide, and at the beginning of the 1998 Civil War. Despite the continuing factional sideshows, to this day Hutu-Tutsi polarities remain the basic referential frame, among a large segment of the Congolese population, for identifying friends and enemies. Whether ethnic identities in fact correspond to these labels is immaterial, all that is needed is for certain basic cultural or physical markers to be perceived as indicators of Tutsiness or Hutuness. Countless Tutsi-looking Congolese, and not a few Africans from other states, were ruthlessly assaulted and murdered by Congolese mobs in the wake of the August 1998 crisis. Tens of thousands perished in 2000 and 2001 when Lendu turned against Hema, and vice versa, in the Ituri province. Even though neither group clearly fits the Hutu-Tutsi frame, the agricultural, Lendu, versus the pastoralist, Hema, dichotomy was enough to legitimize mutual destruction. The case of the Banyamulenge is even more telling, given that they constitute a distinct cultural entity in South Kivu, whose roots are traceable to pre-colonial times. Even though they see themselves as Congolese and firmly reject intimations of being Rwandans, to this day many native Congolese do not hesitate to vehemently challenge their claims to being bona fide Congolese citizens. Widely perceived as Rwandan Tutsi in disguise, the Banyamulenge, writes Vilasan Root, are seen as arrogant aggressors, occupying their provinces, exploiting their mines and killing their children. 13 Ultimately, the fate of the Banyamulenge hangs on the issue of citizenship, and this is true also of tens of thousands of ethnic Tutsi in North Kivu, who settled in the province before or during colonial rule. Unless their claims as citizens are recognized, the prospects for peace will remain in doubt. Whether Tutsi communities indigenous to the Congo would be able to survive an eventual withdrawal of the Rwandan army is anybody's guess. War and plunder. No less problematic, however, is the likelihood of a Rwandan pullout. Kigali's security concerns are increasingly eclipsed by the huge benefits drawn from the exploitation of the Kivu's mineral wealth. What began as a free-for-all stealing of cash and private property in the months immediately following the 1998 conquest of eastern Congo by Uganda and Rwanda, gave way a year later to a more systematized exploitation of mineral resources. Though both are bereft of diamond deposits, over the last few years Rwanda and Uganda have exported diamonds worth millions of dollars, while the combined diamond exports of Uganda and Rwanda more than double from 1998 to 2000. Exports from the Democratic Republic of Congo, DRC, were halved 14. It is from the extraction of coltan, however, that Kigali derives much of the financial wealth needed to prosecute its military operations in eastern Congo. Quoting from the UN report of the panel of experts on the illegal exploitation of natural resources, Ingrid Samzet notes that in a period of 18 months, from 1999 to 2000, Rwanda is believed to have earned a stunning $250 million. 15 during the same period, we are told, Rwanda was able to double its military expenditures. The wholesale plunder of the Congo's mineral wealth is what enables both Rwanda and Uganda to sustain their war effort at minimal cost. In effect, the Congolese are supporting the financial burden of their own occupation by foreign armies. This said, it is noteworthy that Rwanda's total cash earnings from its imperial thrust far exceed the aggregate cost of its military activities in the region, thus bringing to Kigali a massive economic surplus. It is difficult to avoid the conclusion that by turning a blind eye to the profits drawn from the looting of the Congo's wealth, the international community, meaning not only the European Union and the United States, but the World Bank and the International Monetary Fund, is tacitly encouraging a colonial enterprise in the best tradition of European imperialism. If Rwanda is the worst offender, it is by no means the only one. Zimbabwe and Angola are also on the receiving line of diamond concessions, though Zimbabwe substantially more so than Angola, and in return for Zimbabwe's military cooperation, the Gaka mines, the key parastatal on the Copper Belt, has transferred a large portion of its mining rights to a Zimbabwean company run by Mugabe's henchmen in the state-owned ZDI. It is hardly surprising that the presence of foreign armies on Congolese soil should generate widespread resentment of the occupants. Nowhere is this more dramatically evident than in eastern Congo, where hatred of Rwanda, and by implication of all Tutsi, domestic or foreign, has taken on alarming proportions. Bishop Katalikos lament that the Congolese people are obliged to resist because our riches are being looted by foreign powers with the complicity of a Congolese elite is no empty jeremiad. Here as elsewhere to the victors go the spoils, but at least some of the spoils end up in local hands. The trickle-down effect of exploitation translates into complex mechanisms of extraction and redistribution. A new type of informal economy is developing around coltan extraction, funneling profits from the diggers to the intermediaries, from the intermediaries to the foreign-manned comptoirs, and from the comptoirs to Kigali and beyond. Coltan fever, writes Stephen Jackson, has rapidly dollarized many relatively remote rural areas, while generating a host of secondary activities linked to the new economy: prostitution, brewing and shebeens, and petty commerce of all varieties. 16 Tempting though it may be to conclude that there is mutual advantage in profit sharing, this is hardly supported by the evidence painstakingly gathered by Jackson. The get-rich-quick mentality fostered by coltan fever has reversed traditional agricultural trading patterns, causing serious shortages of staple foods. The sharp drop in the price of coltan, from $150 to $25 a kilo, coupled with Rwanda's reliance on Hutu prisoners to do the digging, has intensified competition and led many prospective diggers to find alternative sources of employment by joining the Mai Mai militias. Notwithstanding the taxes levied by Rwanda and its RCD ally on coltan and diamond sales, little or nothing of this revenue is plowed back into social infrastructures, and for every Congolese who stands to profit from the trade, 10 others are falling through the cracks. 17 As Cone v. Lassenroot has persuasively argued, the growing marginalization of the Congolese youth is certainly a key element behind the Mai phenomenon, in the absence of alternative sources of employment, and with no safety net left in the traditional society, joining the militias becomes the only rational option. There is a clear link, he writes, between this new political violence and the nature of the post-colonial state, which, lacking the mechanisms to bind its citizens to the social order, produced thousands of marginalized young people. 18. Citing David Keene's twist on the Clausewitzian axiom that war is a continuation of economics by other means, Jackson shows the circular relationship between war-making and profit-making, one relentlessly reinforcing the other. The result has been to elevate violence in a vicious circle of conflict-based rapine. Profits increasingly motivate the violence, violence makes the profits possible. 19 One only needs to recall the bloody confrontations between Rwanda and Uganda over access to diamond deposits in and around Kisangani, and the similarly violent encounters between Jean-Pierre Bemba's MLC and the Nyamwisi wing of the RCD, to appreciate the point. For a more recent account of how greed and violence intersect, one can do no better than quote from the UN Interim Report of the Panel of Experts on the Illegal Exploitation of Natural Resources of May 2002. In the area of the northeastern DRC where 2 battalions of Ugandan troops are still stationed, violent armed conflicts have primarily been among the 3 Uganda-backed Congolese rebel groups that dominate the Northeast MLC, its purported ally RCD National and RCD-ML. Some of these rebel armies have been reinforced at times by highly fluid alliances with what have been described as Mai groups. In some areas Ugandan soldiers also intervened. Battles were fought over Buta, Isaro, Watsa, Bafwazand, and Bunia, all endowed in varying degrees with deposits of gold, diamonds, coltan, or cassiterite as well as stands of timber, control of precious resources and customs and tax revenues, all vital to the consolidation of the highly commercialized power bases of certain individuals and groups, have repeatedly fueled these battles. Over the course of 3.5 years of conflict, various armed groups have clashed over these economically strategic areas, trading control back and forth among them. 20. The same source leaves the reader with few illusions about the human toll. Reports and testimonies indicate that civilian populations have suffered greatly as a result, with casualties, forced displacements, increased food insecurity and malnutrition. A state of generalized insecurity reigns in many areas in the Oriental province and the Kivus, as bands of youthful soldiers or free-floating militias attack, loot and burn villages and fields. In some areas entire communities have been forcibly displaced by armed forces so they can take control of resource-rich zones or the access roads for those zones. Military forces and militias have reportedly evicted local artisanal diggers in order to cease production or take control of informal mining sites. Other serious human rights violations, including killings, sexual assaults, and abuse of power for economic gain have been reported as directly linked to military forces' control of resource extraction sites or their presence in the vicinity of such sites. 21. How are people to survive in such a Hobbesian universe? Many do not. And yet, where circumstances are not so lethal, as in Kinshasa and Lubumbashi, the Congolese have invented their own techniques of survival. Survival techniques. Kinshasa is one of several arenas where informal coping mechanisms flourish in conditions of utter despair and rampant poverty. Keeping body and soul together requires treasures of ingenuity. Getting by, or Lottie Bro Earl, covers a wide spectrum of activities and stratagems, hustling and peddling, wheeling and dealing, whoring and pimping, swapping and smuggling, trafficking and stealing, brokering and facilitating, in short, making the most of whatever opportunities arise to avoid starvation. Conventional categories are of little help to map out the new urban jungle. Consider the following sample of the emergent lexicon: dare or business sewers, street peddlers, chaudians, hawkers who cry out the destinations of taxi buses, cambists, money changers, moino, street children making a living from begging, to which might be added the tolkis spoyome, operators of cyclo-taxis, chauffeurs, market peddlers, and the ubiquitous endumba, prostitutes, looking for yasoda, partners, all of them representative of an ever-growing aggregate of conjunctures, all of them victims of the conjuncture. Equally suggestive of the hardships of everyday life are the expressions that have gained currency to describe what it takes to make ends meet: kupikanisha or kukumbanisha, to fight; kupikasando, hitting with a hammer; kujikai kapika, to exert oneself; kubus, to work hard; kutwangakisu, to lie, and so forth. As the authors point out, there are tacit rules and understandings to be observed, a sort of moral economy of Lottie Bro Earl. It is immoral to steal from a maskani wa mong, God's poor, but the phrase nibla, it belongs to the state, is enough to legitimize stealing public property. Theodore Trifone makes much the same point: there is order in the disorder. Function and dysfunction overlap. This applies to all social and political levels, ranging from neighborhood, professional or ethnic associations and networks to the level where political decisions are made. 22 Clearly, neither Kinshasa nor Lubumbashi fit the image of Hobbesian anarchy, unlike many parts of eastern Congo. But neither do they fit into the mold of a vibrant and responsive civil society. A Janus-faced civil society. In today's Congo, the civil society is both part of the problem and part of the solution. Its Janus-faced quality tells us why. At one end of the spectrum lurks the satanic face of the civil society, the face of the genocidaires and the rapists, the armed bands and the militias, the poachers and murderers, and the camp followers and the smugglers. At the other end shines the engaging face of humanitarian NGOs, church groups and voluntary associations, and a whole array of organizations dedicated to denouncing abuses, fostering grassroots solidarities, and assisting the weak and the destitute. Between them a cruel dialectic is unfolding, pitting the forces of hope against the forces of desperation and revenge. Jean-François Ploquin correctly emphasizes the potential for renewal inherent in the civil society, by maintaining a free flow of communication, by putting pressure on the authorities to engage in a dialogue, by drawing attention to other modes of expression than recourse to force, by weaving links between urban and rural populations and their elites, by working towards the harmonization of differing viewpoints, by denouncing oppression and the looting of resources, by resisting attempts at balkanization, and by reminding international actors of their obligations. Civil society actors fulfill a function that is all too often set aside by the political class. 23 Whether this potential can become reality is another matter. A key problem confronting almost every CSO, including those which are most conspicuously lacking in civility, is that they rarely define their interests in relation to the state, such as it is, but in relation to the conflicts raging among different fragments of the Congolese state. Their stand on behalf of, or in opposition to one faction or another or their foreign patrons, threatens their autonomy, erodes their credibility, and weakens their capacity to serve as an effective vehicle for economic and political reform. What next? If reform is unlikely to materialize from the womb of the forces vives, can it conceivably emerge from an inter-African dialogue or from what Wamba Dia Wamba, a key participant in the Lusaka negotiations, once described as palaver as a practice of self-criticism, or to put it in his own inimitable phrasing, la palabra comme pratique de la critique et de l'autocritique sur le plan de toute la communauté. 24 Will the Pretoria Agreement between Kabila and Kagame, on July 30, breathe a new life in the Lusaka Accords and chart a new course toward peace? The joker in the pack will not be easily exorcised, for the reasons noted above. Furthermore, some of the key provisions outlined in the Pretoria Pact leave one to wonder whether, in the words of The Economist of July 27, 2002, it is little more than a ploy in a well-established game of bluff. Indeed, one wonders by what miracle Kabila's army could round up and disarm some 5,000 Hutu rebels. Even if the mandate of the UN mission to the Congo were altered for that purpose, it would take far more than 16,000 UN troops to do the job. Whether South African troops could be trained and deployed in time to assist Kabila's army is a moot point. The broader context of factional struggles in eastern Congo has sown the seeds of a conflict that will persist for a long time to come. The deep fractures engendered by years of ethno-factional strife will not go away anytime soon. Even in the best of circumstances, in the unlikely event of a total Rwandan pullout, the fate of the Banyamulenge will remain uncertain at best. Mason's dissidents notwithstanding, many feel that the protective shield of the RPA is their best guarantee against retaliatory massacres by native Congolese. Meanwhile, the Pax Rwandana generates its own perverse effects, creating the very threats to the Banyamulenge community that help legitimize the intervention of Rwandan proxies in eastern Congo. Diplomacy without power is feeble, and power without diplomacy is destructive and blind, wrote Hans Morgenthau. The Congo crisis has experienced both. There are reasons to doubt that an appropriate mix of power and diplomacy will emerge from the Pretoria Accords. Even though they raised a glimmer of light at the end of the tunnel, the most likely alternative for the foreseeable future is the tunnel at the end of the light. Chapter 16. From Kabila to Kabila, what else is new? Reflecting on the merits of electoral democracy in the Congo, one of the least memorable characters in John Le Carré's novel One the Mission Song makes his point with characteristic bluntness: elections won't bring democracy, they'll bring chaos. The winners will scoop the pool and tell the losers to go fuck themselves. The losers will say the game was fixed and take to the bush. And since everyone voted on ethnic lines anyway, they'll be back to where they started and worse. One expletive aside, Skipper's assessment encapsulates many of the concerns of the international community in the aftermath of the Congo's first free multiparty elections since 1965. What is the likelihood of renewed unrest when electoral triumph translates into a winner-takes-all outcome? Could it be that exclusion will pave the way for the reactivation of new pockets of insurgency? How much credence should be given to the accusations of massive electoral fraud directed at Kabila's camp? And if electoral processes, however free and fair, are no guarantee that peace will ensue, is this a sufficient reason for dismissing the significance of this first step in the direction of democracy? If the answers are still speculative, there can be no doubt that the new government faces a challenge of enormous proportions when one considers its limited capacity to construct a viable state system. How to restructure the security apparatus, transform the country's huge mineral wealth into new opportunities for economic development, and lay the foundation for a reasonably effective justice system are issues that lie at the heart of any attempt to consolidate the transition. Some of these constraints are a legacy of the past, others are directly traceable to the flaws brought to light by the transition process. The leap into multiparty democracy. Few would deny that the 2006 elections must be seen as a turning point in the Congo's faltering march towards democratic governance. Point 2. Besides legitimizing Joseph Kabila's succession to the position of his assassinated father, they have drastically redefined the rules of the game, moving the chessboard from a lame power-sharing deal to the trappings of democratic governance. They have created a new public space for formulating and implementing policy, where the provinces are intended to play a significant role. After a decade of mayhem in the wake of Mobutu's demise, the first competitive elections held in 41 years hold the promise, however fragile, of a long-awaited turnaround. Following a bitterly contested two-stage presidential poll on July 30 and October 29, on December 6, 2006, Joseph Kabila became the first democratically elected president since independence, with 58% of the popular vote in the runoff, as against 42% to his nearest opponent, Jean-Pierre Bemba. Thus came to an end the long drawn-out transition process set in motion by the so-called Global and Comprehensive Peace Agreement of December 2002, later institutionalized through the power-sharing formula hammered out in 2003. For the relatively smooth unfolding of the operational side of the elections, much of the credit goes to the Independent Electoral Commission, IEC, 3 and its president, the Abbé Apollinaire Malumalu, in meeting the staggering logistical challenge involved in setting up some 50,000 polling stations, registering 25 million voters, recruiting thousands of poll watchers, making sure that ballot papers, 6 broadsheet-size pages each, would reach their destination in time, and managing the flow of some 1,200 election observers. Outside assistance also helped. In addition to the $500 million electoral subsidy from the international community, the presence on the ground of some 17,000 UN peacekeepers, beefed up by an additional 1,400-person EU contingent, EUROFOR, proved crucial in preventing partisan clashes from getting out of hand. Attesting to the competitiveness of the first round of the presidential poll held jointly with the race for parliament on July 30, 33 aspirants ran in the first round. Some 9,700 candidates fought for a seat in the National Assembly, consisting of 500 members. Competition was equally high for representation in the 11 provincial assemblies, whose principal, constitutionally mandated responsibility is the election of 11 provincial governors and 108 senators. 78 parties, out of 267 formally registered, presented slates of candidates for a total of 632 seats, later to be joined by 58 co-opted members. Although the rate of voter participation varied widely from one province to the next, ranging from 90% in South Kivu to 39% in Kasai Oriental in the first round, and 80% in Maniema and South Kivu to 42% in Kasai Oriental in the second round, the overall impression is one of high voter participation. Out of a total of 25.4 million registered voters, 18 million voted during the first round of elections and only slightly less during the second round. Although the voting was by no means exempt of fraud, the consensus of opinion among observers is that these irregularities did not substantially alter the results. Delegates from the African Union, the Economic Community of Central African States, (CEAC), and the South African government were unanimous in saying that the incidents and irregularities noted were not so extensive as to cast doubt on the credibility of the vote, an assessment also shared by the International Committee for Support of the Transition, better known by its French acronym, CIAT. CIAT chair and head of the MONUC, William Swing, candidly admitted that even for him, a congenital optimist, the elections were better than his wildest expectations. For a very different assessment, however, emerges from the UN report on the human rights situation during the transition. Throughout this period, from July to December 2006, Congolese authorities often violated the right to freedom of assembly and ordered the breaking up of elections-related demonstrations, on a selective basis. Whether or not these demonstrations threatened public order. Since the beginning of the campaign, there was a marked increase in politically motivated arbitrary arrests, especially in the capital. Summary executions and enforced disappearances were also documented. 5. Bimba's party was not the least vocal in denouncing electoral fraud. No sooner were the results of the first round announced than violent scuffles erupted in Kinshasa between it and Kabila's, resulting in 23 people killed, 43 wounded, and the destruction of Bimba's personal helicopter. Almost as pregnant with disaster was the scenario that came to pass 3 months later, with Bimba's blowhards venting their anger against the Supreme Court held responsible for validating Kabila's victory, sending magistrates scurrying for cover while UN armored vehicles fired warning shots at the protesters. Although at first refusing to concede defeat, in the end he felt he had no other choice but to recognize, albeit grudgingly, Kabila's victory. Regional polarization. The East-West divide is the most notable characteristic of the electoral map revealed by the presidential race. With the bulk of Kabila's support concentrated in the eastern provinces, and Bimba's in the west, most notably in the capital, where his electoral coalition won over 68% of the vote, the obvious conclusion was that the new government would operate in a distinctly hostile environment. This was dramatically confirmed during the extremely bloody confrontation of March 22 to 23 between Bimba's private militia and the security forces, resulting in the deaths of hundreds of people. This, as we shall see, marks a turning point in the efforts of the presidential majority to consolidate its grip on the emergent polity. Map 6. Presidential elections, first round, distribution of Kabila's electoral support. Reproduced from L. de Saint-Moulin and E. Wolf, cartes et documents, les resultants de l'élection présidentielle en RDC, Belgio, No. 4, 2006 465-72, by permission of the authors. The political fault line between East and West is inscribed in part in the gravitational pull of regional loyalties. While ethnic ties did play a part in specific areas in shaping electoral configurations, regionalism proved even more decisive. It is certainly the key factor in explaining Bimba's landslide scores in the Equateur and Basse-Congo provinces, sweeping respectively 97% and 74% of the vote. Map 7. Presidential elections, first round, distribution of Bimba's electoral support. Reproduced from L. de Saint-Moulin and E. Wolf, cartes et documents, les resultants de l'élection présidentielle en RDC, Belgio, No. 4, 2006 465-72, by permission of the authors. Unlike Kabila, a Swahili speaker, Bimba's fluency in Lingala, i.e., the language of the Bangala, and adeptness at projecting politically loaded musical themes into his campaigns such as the wildly popular Ozamwana Congo, he is a son of the Congo, earned him immediate and enthusiastic support among the Bangala populations of Kinshasa and Bangala-related communities of the Equateur, his native province. To this must be added his adroit manipulation of the nationality issue referred to locally as Congolite as a means of casting aspersions on Kabila, repeatedly tagged as a Mapaya, foreigner, in the Bimba-controlled media, in contrast with the Gemina-born Mwanambaka, the native son. 6 Nonetheless, neither Congolite nor ethnicity is sufficient to account for Bimba's surge of popularity in Kinshasa. His family and business connections were critical assets. As the son of Jean Not Bimba Seolana, one of Mobutu's most trusted and richest collaborators, and duly rewarded for his services in managing his patron's agribusiness interests in Equateur, Bimba inherited a huge fortune and a vast array of strategic connections in Kinshasa's business community. Much of his campaign financing, not to mention the costs of his protection unit, better seen as a 300-strong mercenary force, stems in part from his ownership of a large number of lucrative enterprises, and in part from the wealth derived from his appropriation of mineral resources during his years in the bush as President Museveni's erstwhile client warlord. Map 8. Presidential runoff, distribution of Kabila's support. Reproduced from L. de Saint-Moulin and E. Wolf, cartes et documents, les resultants de l'élection présidentielle en RDC, Belgio, No. 4, 2006 465-72, by permission of the authors. Kabila's electoral triumph, on the other hand, is inscribed in a broader swath of regional support, running from Katanga in the south to Maniema, South Kivu, North Kivu, and Oriental Province in the north. Scores ranged from 98% in North and South Kivu to 93% in Katanga, his native turf. Here again, ethnicity hardly tells the whole story. That he happens to be viewed as the incarnation of popular resistance to Rwanda's hegemonic ambitions is the key to an understanding of his widespread popularity among the populations of the East. The solid support gained by Azarias Ruberwe among the Banyamulenge and other Rwandophones of North Kivu is the major exception to the rule, but the modest gains achieved by his RDC at both the provincial and national levels does not alter the overall picture. Although picking up 1/4 and 1/3 of the votes respectively in Kasai Occidental and Kasai Oriental, it is in the east, the most densely populated and wealthiest region, that Kabila's victory achieved landslide proportions. In different circumstances, the Kasai region, the bastion of the proverbially enterprising Luba people, would have voted overwhelmingly for Etienne Tshisekedi's UDPS. The disqualification of Mobutu's longtime opponent and outspoken Luba activist following his decision to boycott the transition process after being left out of the 2003 power-sharing agreement turned out to be to Bimba's advantage in the first round, only to shift decisively to Kabila's in the second round. In the absence of Tshisekedi's candidacy, and because he encouraged his followers to abstain from the vote, the alternative Luba candidate, Oscar Kachala, until then virtually unknown to voters, only made modest gains in the Kasai, yet managed to emerge among the 5 remaining candidates in the second round, along with Antoine Gizenga and Mobutu's son, François Mobutu Nganza. Gizenga's comeback. As the third biggest vote-getter, with 2.2 million votes and 34 deputies, the appointment of Gizenga to the prime ministership on December 30 was not totally unexpected. Nonetheless, the re-emergence of the aging leader of the Parti Lumumbiste Unify, PALU, on the political scene, after spending 25 years in exile, mostly in Eastern Bloc countries, caught many observers by surprise. Only very few today remember his early political career as the head of the notoriously hardline Parti Solidaire Africain, PSA, whom Lumumba appointed as his vice premier in the first post-independence government. His image at the time was that of an impenitent communist sympathizer, and the ubiquitous presence at his side of the mysterious Madame Blau, a Brazzaville-born métisse rumored to be closely associated with Sékou Touré's Parti Démocratique de Guinée, PDG, once dubbed as Gizenga's Black Passion REN9, did little to diminish his reputation as a dangerous proxy for Soviet influences in the Congo. His radical aura still clings to his name. Perhaps more than anything else, his re-entry on the political scene reveals the radical streak that runs through a major segment of the population. Today the 81-year-old patriarch stands as a living symbol of the Lumumbist heritage. Rather than his leadership skills or ability to mesmerize crowds, Gizenga's comeback is also a commentary on his penned background and strong ethno-original roots in Bandundu, where he scored a stunning victory, and in part a reflection of his impeccable Lumumbist credentials and continuing reputation as an ardent defender of a radical brand of nationalism. In today's political context, he stands as the embodiment of a widely shared revulsion against the threats posed to the Congo's sovereignty by its neighbors. Against a political class known for its venality, he projects an image of incorruptibility. His principled commitment to the restoration of Congolese sovereignty is seen by many as the quality most needed to lead the Congo out of the morass of civil strife and endemic poverty. The question in the minds of many observers is whether his political resurrection will measure up to the formidable challenges ahead. Not the least will be to lend a measure of internal cohesion to his government, a hydrocephalic monster consisting of 60 members, 6 ministers of state, 34 ministers and 20 vice ministers, belonging to 14 parties. A fragmented parliamentary arena. Tempting as it is to stress the significance of regional polarization, the sheer number of parties represented in parliament points to a very different trend. Out of the 267 parties registered, 70 obtained seats. To this must be added scores of candidates who ran on independent lists, of whom 63 won seats, including 17 in Katanga. The parallel with the May 1960 elections on the eve of independence is unmistakable, and for much the same reasons. The immensity of the country, the geographical dispersion of its urban centers, the diversity of its ethnic configurations, along with the intensity of the electoral competition and inability of the candidates to offer a meaningful choice to the electorate other than one based on region and ethnicity, all of these came into play. Crawford Young's description of the party landscape in 1960, when each provincial capital produced its own flowering of parties, which then extended into the rural hinterland, seeking as a natural clientele the groups related to the party leadership, is just as relevant today as it was on the eve of independence. As in 1960, the coalescence of smaller parties around a politically dominant partner has been a key characteristic of the pre-electoral jockeying for position. Thus, the winning presidential coalition, the Alliance pour la Majorité Présidentielle, AMP, is a collection of some 30 parties gravitating around Kabila's core group, the Parti Populaire pour la Reconstruction et le Développement, PPRD, the instrument forged by Kabila Père to tighten his grip on what was left of the state. Similarly, although his MLC forms the nucleus of Bimba's Union pour la Nation, UN, formerly known as the Regroupement des Nationalistes Congolais, RENASO, the latter includes 24 smaller parties. To further complicate matters, some of these coalition partners are themselves aggregates of minor political groups, thus resulting in a complex pyramid of satellites and subsatellites. A prime example is Kabila's major ally in the East, the Movement Social pour le Renouveau, MSR, which operates as a roof organization for a wide variety of local groupings, many drawn from the civil society, with 30 deputies in parliament against 35 for PALU, 70 for the MLC, and 110 for the PPRD. The MSR is the fourth largest party represented in the National Assembly. Although the Kabila camp can count on the support of a comfortable majority, including 34 deputies affiliated with PALU, the AMP remains an extremely fragile edifice, vulnerable to shifting political loyalties. Like its UN opponent, it has yet to become a solid political machine. Looking back at the precedent of the 1991 NSC, notable both the proliferation of parties and their fickleness, the prospects for a stable governing coalition are very much in doubt. In the Senate, consisting of 108 members indirectly elected by the 11 provincial assemblies, the AMP claims a majority of 55 seats, of which 21 are held by the PPRD, against 14 for the MLC. Albeit to a lesser degree than the National Assembly, the upper chamber remains deeply fractured along party lines. The most notable exceptions are the 26 independents, among whom are found a large number of dinosaurs, whose roots go back to the Mobutist era. 11 Most can be counted on to cleave to their time-honored clientelist strategies. The legislature will likely emerge as the most congenial habitat for what Christopher Clapham aptly called the clientelism of representation, that is, as the hub for the formation of clientelist networks extending across the entire political community. 12 In such a context, representatives often act as the brokers through whom benefits can be funneled into the hands of provincial patrons, who in turn will use them to build their local clienteles. The costs of political exclusion. In one major respect, the prediction voiced by L'Equerre's Cassandra has become reality. The winners have indeed scooped the pool, leaving the opposition empty-handed. The curse of exclusion is not a new phenomenon. It was already discernible in 2003, after the reshuffling of the cards at the Sun City inter-Congolese dialogue, when many of the faction leaders in Ituri and elsewhere found themselves left out of the game, with dire consequences for the region. Today, however, the extent of Kabila's control of the new institutions makes it even more of a menace. That Bimba, the main opposition candidate who won 42% of the vote in the second round of the presidential race, should end up with not a single seat in the government, only one governorship out of 11, and not a single chairmanship of parliamentary committees, carries ominous implications. Post-electoral clashes in pro-Bimba constituencies attest to the anger of the opposition as it realized it would be left empty-handed. On February 1, the Basse-Congo province, Bimba's stronghold, was the scene of a violent confrontation between the pro-Umbunda Dia Congo sect and AMP supporters, resulting in 137 deaths, according to the monarch. Although the verdict of the Provincial Court of Appeals called for new elections, the decision was reversed by the notoriously pro-Kabila Constitutional Court, thus confirming the nomination of the AMP candidate, Simon Baki Batshia. Again, Kinshasa was the scene of widespread unrest after the election of an AMP governor by what many thought to be similarly dubious methods, but not until March did the capital experience bloodshed on a frightening scale. The spark that ignited the crisis came from Bimba's refusal to comply with the request of the government to integrate his militia into the FARC. The fighting lasted through March 22 to 23, causing anywhere from 200 to 500 deaths. Jason Stearns, a seasoned observer, called it one of the worst outbreaks of violence in Kinshasa's history. 13 Bimba, at his wit's end, found refuge in the South African embassy. Not until April 11 was he and his family allowed to leave for Portugal, officially to seek medical treatment. The headline in the newspaper L'Avenir UN decapitated following the unfortunate events in Kinshasa 14 aptly summed up the immediate consequence. The pro-Bimba constituencies were not the only ones to experience the costs of exclusion. Tshisekedi's UDPS in the Kasai region and Azaria's Riberways RCD in North Kivu were the principal losers. Thus, among the many communities virtually denied participation in government were, In addition to the broad assemblage of Lingala-speaking communities of the Northwest, many of the Luba people of the Kasai, and more importantly, the Tutsi of North and South Kivu. Together the number of voters ending up on the losing side of the electoral equation could well add up to nearly half of the electorate. The consequences of exclusion were made dramatically clear in the months following the elections. North Kivu is where the threat to stability arising from the electoral demise of the Tutsi community emerged in full light. While the RCD gained only 7 seats in the national legislature, not a single Tutsi made it into the provincial assembly, and only one became a provincial minister. The Nanda and Hutu candidates, on the other hand, were generously represented in national and provincial assemblies. In these circumstances, one can better understand the surge of popularity of Laurent Nkunda Bajanza, better known as Nkunda among the Tutsi of North Kivu, notwithstanding his record as one of the most brutal warlords of the region. As the self-proclaimed defender of Tutsi rights, he is widely seen as the most credible candidate to uphold their claims to recognition as a minority at the mercy of a tyrannical majority. So far from tarnishing his image, the brutal offensives carried out by his movement against non-Tutsi civilian populations in October 2007, resulting in hundreds of thousands of displaced persons, has only reinforced his appeal. His incessant propaganda against non-Tutsi, whom he accuses of harboring genocidal plans, has contributed in no small way to create a sense of paranoia among his supporters, thus exacerbating intercommunal tensions throughout the province and beyond. As North Kivu appears to totter on the brink of a wider conflict, Kabila's army has demonstrated its appalling incapacity to bring a modicum of peace to the region. So, far from being a solution, Kabila's security forces are a large part of the problem. The heritage of neo-patrimonial rule. Democratic transitions are inseparable from the authoritarian baggage inherited from previous regimes. The Congo is no exception. The Mobutist state has left an enduring imprint on the fabric of society. It has institutionalized a culture of corruption and clientelism that continues to influence public attitudes to authority as much as it shapes the ruler's attitude to the public. Clientelism in its manifold manifestations, internal and external, is indeed a key feature of Congo politics. It is inherent in what the late Jean-François Médard described as neo-patrimonial rulership 15, a hybrid system where the logic of personalized ties thoroughly penetrates legal rational institutions, a system in which the public and private spheres are but two sides of the same coin, where the exchange of self-serving favors is the norm, where connections and cash are the currencies of power and influence, and with the ruler cast in the role of a super-patron dexterously handling carrots and sticks. This clientelist legacy has largely survived through the 10-year interval between the demise of Mobutu and the advent of competitive elections. The rise of Laurent Kabila, first as Kagame's cat's paw, then as his bitterest enemy, was seen by many as emblematic of a fundamental break with the Mobutist era. This misreading of the evidence was made clear by the way journalists and U.S. officials referred to the newcomer as one of the refreshingly virtuous new leaders thrown up by the revolutionary upheavals of the mid-1990s. 16. A closer look at the Kabila interlude suggests a different take. His power base was constructed on nepotism, cronyism, and the selective allocation of prebends, mostly in the form of cash, real estate, and juicy corporate contracts. The rallying of prospective allies in the countryside proceeded from the same logic, the extension of material benefits for political support. At no time did his modus operandi constitute a significant departure from previous practice, save for his more frequent recourse to indiscriminate brutality. The rise to power of Kabila fills as the hand-picked successor to his father in January 2001, opened a new chapter in the Congo's tortuous saga. Many important breakthroughs were registered during the 6 years that he served as interim president. Among his more notable achievements were the ICD at Sun City, 2002, the subsequent troop withdrawal agreements concluded with Rwanda and Uganda, the power-sharing arrangement designed to accommodate the claims of the two principal rebel movements Bimba's MLC and Ruberwa's RCD by handing them 2 of the 4 vice-presidencies, the adoption of a new constitution, and the organization of multi-party elections. Where his father consistently dragged his feet on the implementation of the Lusaka Accords, July 1999, he ended up being the person most directly responsible for putting them into effect. These are no small accomplishments. Closer scrutiny, however, suggests a more sober assessment. His years in office had little impact on the civil strife ravaging much of the eastern provinces. Whether looked at from the standpoint of the proliferation of armed militias, the crescendo of rape and sexual torture inflicted on thousands of women, or the continuing incursions of Rwandan soldiers and recurrent attacks against civilians mounted by the Rwanda-backed rebel leader Laurent Nkunda, resulting in the massive displacement of civilians, the overall picture is one of undiminished rural unrest, accompanied by appalling levels of poverty, disease, and malnutrition. Thus to view his interim presidency as the harbinger of a definitive turnaround strains credulity. The inability of the transition government to cope effectively with the aftereffects of civil war is the legacy of a neo-patrimonial system incapable of promoting reform, much less of reforming itself. That much can be gathered from the picture drawn by Thierry Verkulen of the presidential space on the eve of the elections, a shadowy government inhabited by a slew of personal militias, secret emissaries, and family clans, all positioning themselves in a climate of permanent conspiracy, jockeying for power and affairs. May 17. The transitional government based on the so-called 4+1 formula, that is, 1 president and 4 vice presidents, did not signal a departure from the neo-patrimonial syndrome as much as it created 4 separate structures for the efflorescence of patron-client ties. Behind the facade of power sharing, emerged a fragmented pattern of neo-patrimonialism strikingly reminiscent of the situation described by Michael Bratton and Nicholas van de Waal, when the Supremo subcontracts executive functions to subordinate barons, power is divided and decisions are made only after a degree of competition and bargaining among the powerful. But because these patrons recruit clients and operate state agencies as personal fiefdoms, they tend to reproduce varieties of neo-patrimonialism rather than another genus of regime. 18. Competition among the vice-presidential barons was certainly a major source of tension in the transition government. But so was competition and discord between barons and their subordinates. This was conspicuously the case among Bimba's clients, as shown by the defection of 2 of the MLC's most talented political figures, Antoine Gonda and Olivier Komitatu. The first briefly served as Kabila's Minister of Foreign Affairs in 2003 and the other as President of the Transitional Parliament. Others followed or preceded them, such as José Indundo Bonange, ex-Minister of Public Works, Valentin Senga, ex-Minister of Agriculture, and Samuel Simene, ex-Vice Minister of Finance. In addition to demonstrating the fragility of vice-presidential fiefdoms, the result has been to further the trend toward fragmentation, as many of the dissidents ended up organizing their own political formations. The persistence of the neo-patrimonial nexus explains why so little was done to lay the foundation of an effective state system. The costs of structural reforms were too high compared with the benefits derived by the ruling elites. Giving up their private wealth and privileges for the sake of a distributive logic based on merit and performance would be tantamount to political suicide. In such conditions, the distribution of state resources is limited to the privileged few. The state's resources are distributed to the insiders of the system, so much so that the state itself becomes the captive of the governing elites. 19. In today's Congo, however, the governing elites are not the only ones to cash in on the privatization of the state. Just as in the past, much of the country's mineral wealth has been appropriated by rebel factions, and this is still the case today. Furthermore, although the mining sector is officially under the control of the state, Kabila's courtiers, taking their cue from their Mobutist predecessors, have strenuously resisted public scrutiny. Despite reports of the government's intention to review all mining contracts with foreign companies, the lack of transparency surrounding the review process raises the strongest doubts about the likelihood of a significant change in the clientelist appropriation of mineral resources. The challenges ahead. In the years ahead, the government will face a number of enduring challenges at many levels, all interrelated. Just as the security problem is linked up with the failure of military integration, The latter is rooted in the persistence of armed factions and rampant corruption within the higher echelons of the army. And although human rights violations are inseparable from the rise of intercommunal tensions, both have a great deal to do with the dysfunctions of the transitional justice system. As for the issue of economic governance, it brings into sharp relief the problems raised by the appropriation of mineral resources by militias and the carryover of clientelism into the public sphere. The appalling performance of the army during the transition provides a logical point of entry into this vortex. Today, as in the Mobutu years, the army is one of the worst perpetrators of human rights violations. Typical of the countless abuses committed by the FARC is what happened in Bunia only days after the elections. Soldiers protesting unpaid bonuses fired guns and hand grenades, looted shops and homes around Bunia, and raped the daughter of a World Food Programme worker in a night-long rampage. 20 According to the previously cited UN report on the human rights situation during the elections, FARC brigades continued to be responsible for summary executions, torture and rape, as well as arbitrary arrests and intimidation of civilians exercising their political rights. FARC soldiers, who are ill-equipped, largely unpaid and unfed, continued to live on the back of the local population, harassing civilians and extorting their goods. 21 other security units, such as the Republican Guard, as well as the intelligence agency, the widely feared Agence Nationale de Renseignement, ANR, are also cited as major perpetrators of abuse against civilians. Writing in the early 1960s, a close observer of the Congolese scene described the Armée Nationale Congolaise, ANC, as the principal creator of havoc in the country. 22 A characterization that applies equally well to the FARC. The military as a rabble is a theme that runs throughout the country's history since the early days of independence. The situation we described in our 1993 report to USAID. The dominant trend in the security situation has been from repressive actions directed against regime opponents to something approximating organized anarchy. See Chapter 12, finds an echo in the litany of ills reported in a recent UN report. FARC remains fragile because of weak command and control, high levels of corruption, poor operational planning and tactical skills, poor administrative and logistical capacity to oversee deployment, payment, sustenance, and equipping of troops, very limited training capacity, and questionable loyalty on the part of some troops. 23 How to transform the principal creator of mayhem into something resembling a professional army is the key challenge facing the Kabila government. Today, as under Mobutu, corruption is rife in the armed forces. Corrupt practices range from the deliberate inflation of registered soldiers to the appropriation of salaries by commanding officers, arbitrary promotions, and over-invoicing of operational costs. In 2005 alone, according to well-informed observers, more than $3 million were stolen from the army payroll. 24 But perhaps the worst offenders were found in the higher reaches of government, as shown by the enormous profits derived by Bemba during the crisis of November 2005, following the infiltration of Rwandan troops into North Kivu. The transport of some 10,000 troops to the east on cargo planes owned by Bemba is said to have cost the government millions of dollars, most of it ending up in Bemba's pockets. Despite the lucrative contracts signed for the transport of food and fuel, little of either reached their intended destination, causing the troops to go on a rampage, looting, killing, and raping the civilians they were supposed to protect. An estimated $10 million vanished in the course of these highly profitable transactions. 25 It is hard to think of a more striking illustration of the profits of violence generated by the breakdown of law and order. 26 The many setbacks, met by efforts to integrate armed factions within the regular army, bear witness to the tenacity of personal ties between warlords and their rank-and-file combatants. Attempts to buy off warlords by repositioning them as officers in the FARC proved utterly counterproductive. Only weeks after his promotion to the rank of colonel in the FARC, Peter Karim, a notoriously brutal militia leader and head of the Front des Nationalistes et Integrationists, FNI, suddenly resurfaced in Ituri to resume his command of some 2,000 militiamen. In compliance with a similar accord, signed in November 2006, Two other Ituri warlords, Matthew Ngohalo and Cobra Matata, identified with the MRC and the Front de Resistance Patriotique de l'Ituri, FRPI, respectively, also agreed to rejoin the FARC, lay down their arms, and begin disarming their 5,000-strong militias, yet by January 2007 only 300 had effectively surrendered. 27 As much as a commentary on the failure of integration strategies, the failure of the ralliements points to more fundamental issues: the scarcity of civilian jobs to meet the exigencies of demobilization cum reinsertion, the attractiveness of alternative sources of employment offered through the illicit exploitation of mineral wealth, and the residual loyalty of the troops to their ethnic commanders, not to mention the host of administrative difficulties faced by the National Disarmament Commission, CNADR. 28. How the failure of integration helped fuel intercommunal tensions is nowhere more painfully evident than in the fiasco following the deal negotiated by Kabila and Gunda in December 2006. The aim was to bring Gunda's forces into the FARC through a process of mixage. Accordingly, Gunda's 81st and 83rd Brigades joined FARC troops to form mixed brigades, Alpha, Bravo, Charlie, Delta, Echo. These in turn were expected to mount a concerted assault against FDLR units. The cleanup operations, in April and May 2007, led to a total disaster. While the FDLR pulled back to safer locations, the attackers, often led by Tutsi officers, used brutal counterinsurgency tactics. According to an ICG report, in one locality at least 30 civilians were killed and many raped or injured, usually after accusations of complicity with the FDLR. 29 In several other localities, the mixed brigades were reported to have killed scores of civilians. By early May, the mixage experiment dissolved into warring factions, mostly along Hutu, or native Congolese, versus Tutsi lines, and Gunda formally announced on local television that the mixage process was over, because the government had not been sincere in implementing the agreement. 30 The immediate result was a ratcheting up of Hutu-Tutsi polarities throughout the province. The inability of the army to bring the Hutu militias under effective control provides Kigali with a convenient pretext for military intervention, directly or indirectly. There is little question that the Hutu-dominated FDLR poses a clear and present danger to Tutsi and other communities. Numbering anywhere from 6,000 to 7,000 and consisting of a fair number of Interahamwe, many operating in tandem with Mai militias and Hutu elements indigenous to the DRC, the FDLR are responsible for horrific human rights violations. They have played a major role in fueling ethnic hatreds and will likely continue to do so for the foreseeable future. Concerns over the threat they pose to Rwanda's security, however, are wildly exaggerated. Continued access to the Congo's economic wealth is where Rwanda's long-term interests lie. The importance of the Congo connection is reflected in the blueprint of the Rwandan government, which, we are told, has even established a production section responsible for the exploitation and trade in Congolese resources, as part of the Congo desk in its external section organization. 31 Irrespective of the generous assistance of international donors, only by taking into account the substantial profits derived from the systematic exploitation of the Congo's mineral resources can one begin to understand the remarkable rate of economic growth enjoyed by Rwanda over the last few years, as well as its capacity to sustain the fiscal burden of one of the largest, best-trained armies in the region. It is hardly an exaggeration to say that the Congo financed its own occupation, in partnership with local Congolese entrepreneurs, interlopers, and militia groups. Central to an understanding of the resilience of Rwanda's economic tutelage are the powerful vested interests built over the years through a variety of intermediaries indigenous to the Congo. How to break the hold of the middlemen managing the comptoirs and redirect the flow of benefits into the coffers of the state, such as it is not the least of the problems confronting the new government. If Kabila's army is incapable of dealing effectively with the FDLR, it is also no match for Nkunda's militias. The rapid expansion of Nkunda's rebel organization bears testimony to the FARC's impotence as a constabulary. The political wing of his movement is now officially labeled Congress National pour la Défense du Peuple, CNDP, following a meeting attended by members of the public, senior military commanders and politicians of the rebel movement in Masisi in July 2006.32. The newly founded party is said to have offices in many of the areas under his control. It has its own radio station, Radio Umoja, broadcasting news in Kinyarwanda, Swahili, and French, and it also has informal links with the Tutsi refugee camps inside Rwanda, many of which serve as recruiting grounds for his army. Kagame's backing is not the least of the many assets in Nkunda's hands. Just how much of a threat Nkunda poses to the nascent Congolese state, and more directly to the civilian populations of North Kivu, is tragically illustrated by the wanton killings unleashed by his militia against the populations of Masisi in October 2007, in the wake of the collapse of the mixage experiment. There are indeed few precedents for the scale and sheer savagery of human rights violations committed by all sides in the conflict. In addition to massive human displacements, 750,000 for Kivu alone, and hundreds of civilians killed and raped, as some have noted, the conflict has metastasized into a wider phenomenon, threatening to morph into a larger, cross-border confrontation. Although responsibility for the atrocities against civilians is widely shared, there is a sense in which the Nkunda faction stands as a peculiarly noxious phenomenon. Quite aside from the substantial military and logistical support he gets from Rwanda, Nkunda claims a degree of visibility and credibility unmatched by other warlords. His professional background is instructive. Before emerging as a leading figure in the RCD, he fought in Rwanda alongside Kagame's RPF, and then in the Congo in 1996 and 1998. His role in organizing the bloody repression of the anti-RCD insurgents in Kisangani in 2002 confirmed his reputation of ruthlessness in dealing with his opponents. After declining the offer of the Kinshasa interim government to serve as a regional military governor in Kasai Oriental, he resurfaced in Bukavu in May 2004, during the brief takeover of the capital of South Kivu by his men, allegedly to protect the local Tutsi population from an impending genocide. The net result has been the death of scores of Congolese civilians in Bukavu and a sharp and immediate rise of anti-Tutsi sentiment among the non-Tutsi resident population. To this day, Nkunda's notoriety rests on his apparent indifference to massive human rights violations, as long as these are inflicted for the sake of protecting the rights of the Tutsi minority. It is not for nothing that he has been described as a pyromaniac fireman. The Nkunda episode shows the interconnectedness of the Congo's problems with regional issues. The phenomenon is by no means reducible to the uncontrolled appropriation of the country's mineral wealth by domestic and external actors. At stake in the ongoing conflict are the rights of Rwandophone minorities, primarily Tutsi, in a context that greatly enhances their vulnerability to continued political exclusion and, ultimately, to revenge. Given the extreme fragility of provincial institutions, the unreliability, if not the culpability, of the security forces and the near absence of a functioning judicial system, how to devise institutional mechanisms for the protection of minority rights is bound to remain extremely problematic. The dark side of Congolese democracy. Reflecting on the future of Yugoslavia in the 1990s, Richard Holbrooke summed up the Hobson's choice facing pro-democracy advocates: suppose elections are free and fair and those elected are racists, fascists, separatists, that is the dilemma. 33 Putting a different construction on Holbrooke's warning, suppose the men put in office through the transition consist of self-serving neo-patrimonial elites unwilling to let go of their privileges. Suppose, in other words, that the mainline aims of the Mobutist state should reappear under the guise of multi-party democracy. This is not an unlikely scenario. One only needs to consider how few changes have occurred in the modus operandi of the power holders. The enduring hold of clientelist norms runs through much of the political system. One wonders, in these conditions, whether the move to democracy can do more than recycle the habits of the past. There is an even darker side to the present conjuncture that brings to mind the perverse effects of democratization so compellingly analyzed by Michael Mann in The Dark Side of Democracy. In his book, Mann shows how, through the Burkean law of unanticipated consequences, regimes newly embarked on democracy can pave the way for the horrors of murderous ethnic cleansing, including genocide. Reduced to its simplest expression, the argument is that in a context of ethnic pluralism, rule by the people often translates into the rule of a dominant community, thus entwining the demos with the dominant ethnos, generating organic conceptions of the nation and the state that encourage the cleansing of minorities. 34. North and South Kivu are obvious examples. There is in both a high potential for the calculated use of violence against the Rwandophone minorities in the name of an aggressive, nationalistic brand of Congolite. Anti-Rwandan sentiment, amplified by the media and the distribution of anonymous tracts and nurtured by the growing xenophobia of non-Rwandophone communities of the Kivu provinces, provides fertile ground for renewed ethnic cleansing. Stephen Jackson shows how the allochtones or outsiders are being used as a foil for the claims of the autochtones, the sons of the soil, thus transforming the concept of autochthony into a powerful mobilizing force. 35 The degree to which the manipulation of social identities helps foster an atmosphere of paranoia is excellently captured in his commentary about the discourse of autochthony. 36. Those accused of plotting the demise of the Congolese state are sometimes called Allochtons, sometimes Rwandans, sometimes Rwandophones, and sometimes Tutsi. Equally, the targets of the plot are sometimes given as Congolese, sometimes as autochtons, and sometimes as a specific ethnic group, including on occasion, the same Hutu population that might otherwise be considered among the enemies. Such ambiguities pervade the discourse of autochthony, which at every level is slippery, nervous, and paranoid. It is centrally obsessed with infiltration, ruse, conspiracy, and duplicity. The menace of ethnic cleansing is by no means a one-way phenomenon. As noted earlier, the repeated attacks mounted by Nkunda against civilians has contributed in no small way to ratchet up mutual enmities between autochtones and allochtones. Rwandan proxies of the Nkunda variety are as much of a threat to self-proclaimed native Congolese as are the defenders of autochthony to those native-born Rwandophones collectively suspected of serving Rwanda's interests. The danger lies in the potential for escalation inherent in the mobilizing power of the autochthony/allochthony dichotomy, pushing the boundaries of conflict upwards from the local to the regional levels. The odds are that such a situation would not leave Kagame indifferent to the fate of his kinsmen. If only to mitigate the bleakness of such scenarios and to give credit where it is due, one can hardly overstress the decisive role played by the UN presence in preventing local outbursts from escalating into wider conflicts. Whether as a peacekeeping force, through the deployment of some 17,000 MONUC troops, as the orchestrator of the oversight, mediating, and advisory functions of the CIAT, or as a source of logistical support during the pre-electoral phase, the United Nations has been an important stabilizing factor. Nonetheless, on a number of occasions the United Nations has fallen short of its mandate, most conspicuously of its obligation to ensure the protection of civilians, including humanitarian personnel, under imminent threat of physical violence. The negative side of the UN coin was cruelly revealed by The Economist in December 2004, since MONUC was first deployed in 1999, it has consistently failed to keep anyone in the region safe. 37 2 years later, on the eve of the elections, Aidan Hartley described how a UN/MONUC joint military operation aimed at dislodging recalcitrant militias in Kazana, Ituri, resulted in the death of some 30 civilians. What is happening in eastern Congo, he wrote, is a continuing civilian catastrophe and the UN deserves a share of the blame. 38 To these sweeping criticisms might be added the much publicized involvement of MONUC troops in child prostitution scandals. 39 The huge costs of its military, administrative, and humanitarian operations, and the unfortunate tendency of MONUC officials to ignore the political dimensions of local and regional conflicts. 40. No single event encapsulates the performance of the UN in the Congo. For every instance of peacekeepers standing idly by while civilians were being butchered, as happened in Bukavu in May 2004, others could be cited showing courage and initiative. Some of the more positive accomplishments of the MONUC include several highly effective military interventions against militias in Ituri and North Kivu, the repatriation of thousands of combatants to Rwanda, Burundi, and Uganda, and cordon and search operations aimed at disarming rebel groups. Last and not least, through the MONUC, important information channels have been made available to NGOs and provincial authorities, as shown by its recent investigation of several sites in Rutshuru where mixed brigades summarily executed civilians. 41. If the Congo elections did not turn out to be the unmitigated disaster that some had predicted, this is due in no small part to the situation of controlled sovereignty exercised through the international community. 42. Whether assessed in terms of diplomatic pressures, as was the case during the Lusaka Conference of 1999, in the weeks leading to the Global and Inclusive Agreement of 2002, security measures, electoral support and post-electoral economic and humanitarian assistance, and the part played by international donors in ensuring a measure of stability during the transition can hardly be overemphasized. Just how much external control the new government is prepared to accept as it looks to the future, in what form, and for how long are the key questions now facing both the Kinshasa authorities and the international community. Let us, by way of a conclusion, return to our opening quote. There is every reason to agree with the character in Le Carre's novel that elections won't bring democracy, but to predict chaos is premature. Winners have indeed scooped the pool, but the nascent judicial, legislative, and peace-building institutions suggest a more useful alternative than telling the losers to go fuck themselves, nor is it foreordained that they will take to the bush, even though that eventuality is not to be discounted. Once again the Congo has embarked on an uncertain journey, for which there are no reliable road maps and a large pool of reckless drivers. It promises to be a rough ride but hopefully, not a fatal one. Acknowledgements. My immediate purpose in putting together this volume is to make readily accessible to interested scholars a selection of my recent, and not so recent, writing on former Belgian Africa. Although most of these appeared in professional journals and edited volumes, none was a source of high visibility. The themes explored in this book have incubated in a wonderfully stimulating and diverse academic environment. Following my long-awaited retirement from the University of Florida, and from the time I left USAID in 1998, after 4 years in Abidjan and 2 in Accra as Regional Advisor for Democracy and Governance, I had the opportunity to serve as visiting lecturer at Berkeley, Smith College, Concordia, Montreal, and Brown, and subsequently at the universities of Bordeaux, Antwerp, Copenhagen, and Helsinki. My post-retirement gypsy scholar career has given me plenty of occasions to bounce ideas off an array of students, colleagues, and USAID officials, who to one degree or another shared my interest in the tragic destinies of the Great Lakes region of Central Africa. Their contributions are reflected in many of the essays in this volume. I have many people to thank, first and foremost, the students in my graduate seminars at the universities of California at Berkeley, Antwerp, and Copenhagen. Many have gently provoked me into rethinking some of the ideas developed in this book. I owe a special debt to Philip Rentjens, my longtime friend and colleague at the University of Antwerp, whose knowledge of the politics of the Great Lakes is unsurpassed, and to Holger Hansen, chair of the African Studies Center at the University of Copenhagen, for repeatedly inviting me to teach and lecture on Central Africa. My longtime friend and colleague Frank Schock deserves equal thanks for inviting me to teach at Concordia University, Montreal, in the fall of 2000. Special mention is owed to Danielle Delame, for sharing with me her wide-ranging expertise on Rwanda, and to David and Catherine Newberry for keeping me abreast of their pioneering work. 326 acknowledgements on the Great Lakes and their continuing support in my efforts to challenge received ideas about the history and politics of the region. No words can properly acknowledge my indebtedness to Jan Vanzina. Our many phone conversations on Rwanda's complicated past have provided me with powerful adrenaline boosts when I needed them most. I am also grateful to Koen V. Lassenroot, of the University of Ghent, for his patience and unfailing assistance in sharing with me his meticulous knowledge of my politics in Eastern Congo. And I much appreciate the judicious advice proffered by Crawford Young and David Newberry while putting the finishing touch to the manuscript. Thanks are due as well to my African friends and graduate students who, sometimes literally, went out of their way to educate me on the past and recent history of the region. Among the many names that spring to mind, those of Maurice Nives, Deo Nyanzima, Willie Nindora, Jean-Marie Njandahia, Severin Mugang, Busayalamwi Marrero, Emmanuel Lubala, Bosco Mushikwe, Antoine Gonda Mang Alibi, Pierre Nzakais Wanamana, Roger Bashali, and Roger Kazrika deserve special mention. None of them, to use the ritual phrase, are responsible for any errors of fact and interpretation that the reader may detect. I also owe a special debt of gratitude to Ashley Lineweber for helping me navigate the treacherous waters of electronic files when the time came to submit the manuscript to the editor. I also wish to extend my appreciation to the editors and publishers of the following books and journals for permission to reprint with only minor alterations in the text and titles the materials appearing in this volume. Chapter 1, The Geopolitics of the Great Lakes Region, from L'Afrique de Grands Lacs, Annuaire 2005-6, ed. Philip Rentgens and Stéphane Maris, Paris, El Harmattan, 2006, pages 25-54, Chapter 2, The Road to Hell in the Great Lakes, From Facing Ethnic Conflicts, Toward a New Realism, ed. Andreas Wimmer et al. New York and Oxford, Rowman and Littlefield, 2004, pages 61-77, Chapter 3, Ethnicity as Myth, From Armed Conflict in Africa, ed. Carolyn Pumphrey and Rai Schwartz-Barkot, New York, Scarecrow Press, 2003, pages 87-112, Chapter 4, Genocide in Central Africa, Which Genocide? Whose Genocide? African Studies Review 41, No. 1, April 1998 3-16, Chapter 5, The Rationality of Genocide, From Genocide, Essays Toward Understanding Early Warning and Prevention, ed. Roger Smith, Williamsburg, Association of Genocide Scholars, 1999, pages 17-25, Chapter 6, Hate Crimes, Transition, NOS 81-82, 2114-33, Chapter 8, Rwanda and the Holocaust Reconsidered, From the Political Economy of the Great Lakes Region in Africa, London and New York, Palgrave, 2005, pages 48-71, first published in the Journal of Genocide Research 4, No. 4, December 2002 499-518, Chapter 10, Burundi at the Crossroads, From Security Dynamics in Africa's Great Lakes Region, ed. Gilbert Kadayagala, Boulder, Lynn Renner, 2006, pages 41-58, Chapter 11, Burundi's Endangered Transition, From Working Paper, Swiss Peace Foundation, 2006, Chapter 14, DRC, From Failure to Potential Reconstruction, From State Failure and State Weakness in a Time of Terror, ed. Robert Rotberg, Washington, D.C., Brookings Institution, 2003, pages 29-70, and Chapter 15, The Tunnel at the End of the Light, Review of Political Economy, NOS 93-94, 2002 389-98. Contributions not previously published include Chapters 7, The Politics of Memory, 9, Burundi 1972, A Forgotten Genocide, 12, A Block Transition, Zaire in 1993, 13, Ethnic Violence, Public Policies and Social Capital in North Kivu, and 16, From Kabila to Kabila, What Else is New? The first was presented in Copenhagen in 2002 at a conference on the Rwanda genocide organized by the Danish Center for Holocaust and Genocide Studies. The second was prepared for the 2006 colloquium Opting for Genocide, organized by Andreas Meller and co-sponsored by the Hamburg Institute of Social Research and the Institute of African Affairs of the University of Hamburg. The third is from a lengthier report commissioned in 1993 while I served as USAID Regional Advisor on Governance and Democracy for West Africa, in Abidjan. The fourth is a communication written for the conference Social Capital in Eastern Congo, organized at the University of Antwerp, in 2001. The final chapter was specifically written for this volume following the 2006 elections in the DRC.